MAGA comes to talk. Welcome. We've got a lot to cover on the program today. Holy smokes. The level of garbage that's coming down is just completely insane right now. I mean, we're in a whole new level of craziness going on. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. We'll be starting the full show in just a few minutes. Okay. Yeah, this is one of the most just insane things I've seen. It really, really, truly is. What's going on with Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Ben Shapiro is really just disturbing. And I'm going to cover it all. And we'll be starting shortly. Now, I have a lot of audio that I'm going to be going through and video. So if you want to hear the audio sound bites and see the video and everything that I go over, hop on over to my other stream, which I'm going to start in just a minute. There's a direct link in the description of the video. It's right here on YouTube. I will be taking calls as well. It's right here on YouTube. Let me do a test. I will be taking calls as well. It's right here on YouTube. Let me do a test. Okay, hold on. Get this fixed. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I know what I gotta do. Just gonna. Okay, yep, just doing a sound check, guys. We'll do a sound check, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, yep, just doing a sound check. Yeah, good, great. Okay, that's done. Okay, I've got a lot to cover, guys, so I'm going to start my main live stream. That's where you're going to see the video and hear the audio that I play. Okay, you won't want to miss that. There is a direct link in the description of this episode. All right, I'm going to fire it up right now. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and this is where MAGA comes to talk. All right, it's been a week since that lunatic liberal took from us the great Charlie Kirk, and the conservative sharks are swirling around. And I was telling you at the end of last week, I couldn't believe there were 2 conservative influencers who were angling to try to inject themselves into taking over Turning Point USA, or at least becoming the front of Turning Point USA. And I didn't tell you their names because there was so much anger and grief and everything going on. And then over the weekend, one of them outed themselves. That's Ben Shapiro, okay? And now, on yesterday's podcast in the afternoon, I was covering Candace Owens. So Candace Owens is doing some strange things. And now Tucker Carlson has just lost his mind, and Ben Shapiro is also making a big move. So it's really a sad thing that's going on here. I'm going to cover that. We're going to talk about it, take your calls. Yeah, and the second person I was talking about last week has kind of gotten themselves back in check and has backed off a little bit. So I'm glad I have not mentioned their name, although they could be working behind the scenes. But Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Ben Shapiro are just doing strange things. Now, what I was talking about on my podcast in the afternoon, and we'll cover this a little later too, is Candace Owens was talking about this conversation that she heard about where pressure and threats were made against Charlie Kirk, and they were pressuring him, I guess using lots of money to do this, to switch his position on Israel and turn against Israel. And then Tucker Carlson came out with some crazy things. And you know, the sad thing is, since Charlie Kirk was taken from us a week ago, he can't refute this. So, you know, you can go out there and say that someone who's no longer with us has said anything under the sun. There's no way to disprove it. So that's what's going on here with a lot of this. So I'm going to go through this, and then I got a lot of other issues that I'm going to cover through the rest of the show. By the way, welcome. If you're just joining, my name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. This is the pre-radio show. If you've noticed, I've been going live long before the radio show starts, and that's what you got here. Okay. So if you're watching on the live stream with the green screen behind me, if you go to my other live stream here on my YouTube channel, you can see the video and hear the audio that I'm going to play. And if you have any comments on this, you're welcome to call in. The number's pinned in the live chat. Now, those of you on the green screen, to find my other live stream, there's a direct link in the description of the video. And that direct link will take you to my other stream, and you'll be able to see all this stuff. But, you know, anytime, you know, the thing with the I guess, what is it, the influencer class, you know, is that there's so many different angles going on. And, you know, we talk so much about the mainstream media and the corruption in the mainstream media, and there's certainly a lot of that corruption has gone on in the mainstream media for all of our lives. And that corruption in the mainstream media has been done through all kinds of ways, usually through money. And, you know, with the mainstream media, as an example, one thing that everyone agrees with is this, that the pharmaceutical industry spends just unlimited amounts of money into the mainstream news advertising. And what that does, it stops the news from reporting any critical stories on the pharmaceuticals. There's many other examples, but that's one that I think is kind of like everybody on both sides of the political aisle will agree on. And it seems to me that these evil forces, they're not spending money on the mainstream media anymore because they don't really have that much influence. And where they're spending their money is in the new media. So let me just get into this. The first clip here, this is Tucker Carlson, and this just dropped last night. Okay. Now, so far, what the truth about this story with Tucker, we really don't know because Charlie's not here to talk about it. So that may have happened. It may not have happened. I know, there are a lot of people who were big fans and supporters of Tucker Carlson that have turned against Tucker Carlson because he is anti-Israel. Okay, there's no doubt about that, and he's done some controversial interviews. So far as this donor story, it's possible that somebody could not donate a big donation because of Tucker Carlson. A lot of people don't want anything to do with Tucker now. But then again, it's also possible that Charlie Kirk, if the story's true, it's also possible that Charlie Kirk was just buttering up Tucker Carlson. People that, I've known so many people like this. It's so crazy in my career. There's so many people that are in media that their very definition of their worth as a media person is by how many people hate them, right? And there's a common thing with media people that the more people that hate you, the more credible what you're doing is. You're saying things, you're reporting things, you're breaking things, you're discussing things that people don't want you to hear, so they hate you, or worse, right? And that's a common thread. So if the story is true that Charlie Kirk told that to Tucker, it could be one, it could be 100% true, and I could see that happening. It could be Charlie Kirk buttering him up. Hey, when people go to these events, it's part of the speaking circuit. Going to these events, it costs money. It's expensive to get tickets oftentimes. And the speakers are paid quite a bit. And there's a big living that's made off of people. And Charlie Kirk could have very well been involved in a negotiation with Tucker Carlson on his speaking fees and benefits, and saying, well, hey, listen, I know what your usual speaking fee is. I can't afford that because I just lost this $2 million donor who's not donating $2 million because I've invited you to speak. I could see that. Charlie Kirk was a businessman. I could see that happening. And by the way, I could see that being true and then him using that as a way to keep Tucker whatever fees that he's paid to go to these things down. That's a big possibility. These are the kind of things that happen. And there's another possibility that Tucker's making the whole thing up. We don't know, and we'll never know for sure because Charlie Kirk was taken from us last week, so we don't have him here to talk about it. But so then Tucker goes on and shares this. Okay, there you go. Now, those of you that are watching on the live stream with the green behind me, to hear and see the audio and video that I'm playing, you have to hop on to my main stream, where the main stream and the main chat are. And there's a direct link in the description of the video to that stream. Those of you watching that see the green behind me, so you can see and hear all this video I'm sharing. Okay, now this thing about text messages, this is something that Candace Owens was talking about in a very bold kind of thread yesterday, which I'll play in a bit. I do not like people keeping and sharing text messages. I find it to be a violation. I've had people do it with me. And, when I text, I'm not big in the texting, okay? I have this kind of rule that I live by, that if I wrote a book of rules, this would be right at the top. Don't put anything in writing. And if any of you out there are a friend of mine and you have my cell number and we text, you'll notice my texts are 1 or 2 word answers. And a lot of times people that I've been friends with all my life, they'll think I'm being rude because I'm so short in my text. I just don't put anything in writing, and people keep text. And the reason that I don't put things in writing and keep things short, because when something's written, context can be lost. And what's written can be put in other ways. And, I consider all text messages to be private, and to share private correspondence, I just find to be a violation. It's very nasty and rude. And I don't like it. And I don't like people who do that or threaten to do that either. I just don't like that at all. And that's just me. It's not that I'm texting anything inappropriate. I wouldn't put anything in a text that I wouldn't say out loud. Now, if I'm talking with on the air, you might find my text kind of boring and my conversations boring, like anybody else's regular day-to-day conversations. But I delete text that people send me. I regularly do that, even on my devices, because like I have an iPhone, so things get copied on my other devices. I go through my Mac and my iMac and delete text messages all the time, because I just don't think it's right to keep them. So Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens have both said in the last 24 hours that they have text messages that they can show to prove everything they're saying is true. I wouldn't, even if the text messages said that, I wouldn't buy it for a number of reasons. One, screenshots of text can be, that they were to show may not be real. We don't know. And you don't know for sure unless you have both sides. Things can be fabricated in this day and age. And I know a lot of people have speculated, and we don't know this to be true, but because of these Israeli positions Candace Owens and Tucker have taken, a lot of people have said that they believe that they're getting paid by Qatar or some others in the Muslim world to do these things. Maybe that's true. I don't know. But what I find interesting is that within just a few hours of each other, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are saying pretty much the same thing. And they're both talking about having text messages that can prove everything. And the context is key here. As I told you, I met Tucker briefly at a Turning Point event. I'm sure he doesn't remember me. That Charlie Kirk had invited me to. The one in Palm Beach was about 2 years ago. And I still have the media pass somewhere to that. I have my media pass. I don't know. I put that up somewhere. I'm not sure where I put the media pass to my Turning Point with it. And Tucker was very popular there, and a lot of people like to hear Tucker. And it's so possible that Charlie Kirk told Tucker Carlson what Tucker Carlson wanted to hear to butter him up to get him at his events and to get him there at an affordable price. Okay, some of these conservative influencers on the speaking circuit, they get paid boatloads of money. It's like big, big money. It's like a lot of comedians do the corporate circuit. There's big money in that. And they all have fees, and they're different fees, and they all get, and some of them, the amounts of money they get are astounding. So, it would not surprise me if Charlie was telling Tucker these things as a negotiating tactic. We'll never know. I mean, we'll never know, because Charlie was taken from us, and he's not here. But there's these moves of people to inject themselves into this. Now, that's Tucker. And then now one of the two people that I was telling you about last week that is moving to try to inject themselves to try to take over Turning Point USA, one of those two was Ben Shapiro. And I didn't tell you the names until Ben Shapiro outed himself over the weekend. I'm going to play a couple clips of Ben Shapiro. He's made two moves. One was a pretty big one yesterday. And the other one, I have not shared their name. They've backed off. Okay? So I'm glad I didn't share their name. Now, this is what Ben Shapiro said over the weekend. I can't play this one on the radio because there's some profanity, but this is Ben Shapiro over the weekend. Okay, so he's going to pick up the blood-soaked microphone and go to the college campuses. So he's and there's more. There's a couple more things that he's doing I'm going to share with you in a minute. This is insane to me, and it's really low life. And you guys remember Jesse Jackson? Maybe some of you are too young to remember Jesse Jackson, but he was a big race baiter, called himself a civil rights activist. And he did work for Martin Luther King. But he was a low-level guy. But after the assassination of Martin Luther King, he became a nationally known person after the assassination, Jesse Jackson, and he started a very big, financially successful race business. And he would go to companies and do shakedowns, threaten to stage boycotts and protest in front of them, accusing them of being racist unless they donated money to his Rainbow Push Coalition. And what Jesse Jackson did to get famous, because he was a low-level guy in the King operation. He's got like one picture of him with Martin Luther King's, and he's used that to create a long career. But what Jesse Jackson did is pretty much the same thing that Ben Shapiro is talking about here. So Ben Shapiro is going to take the blood-soaked mic of Charlie Kirk, right? Listen. Okay, and then go to the college, the blood-soaked mic. Jesse Jackson, what he did is when Martin Luther King was assassinated on that balcony in that motel, Jesse Jackson was not there. He was at the hotel, but he was not at the room, and he actually was hiding while the rounds went off behind something by the swimming pool. And after they removed Martin Luther King's body, right after the assassination and his body was removed, Jesse Jackson went up to the balcony where Martin Luther King was killed. He took off his shirt, soaked it in the blood of Martin Luther King, got on a plane, went to New York City, and the next morning he did an interview on NBC's The Today Show wearing the shirt soaked in Martin Luther King's blood and told this story, the blood-soaked mic, the blood-soaked shirt, how he was there with Dr. King, which he wasn't, and it made him nationally prominent, and he took over that movement and became very rich doing it. And that's how I took this from Ben Shapiro. Jesse Jackson's so old and out of the loop now, and a lot of you don't understand or remember him, but he was one of the most despicable people in the last 60 years of American history. He was really a bad guy. And, with his blood-soaked shirt and Ben Shapiro with the blood-soaked mic, as soon as I heard him say that, I was thinking about that thing with Jesse Jackson, and it's disgusting. And Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro have taken a lot of hits. They fired Candace Owens. They took a big hit. And then when they got rid of Brett Cooper, well, that was the beginning of the end. And the Daily Wire is just not what it was. And you may have noticed that Ben Shapiro, by the way, if you're on hold, stand by. And if you'd like to call in with any thoughts on this, you're welcome. The number's pinned in the live chats, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. And he has done some debate, so he thinks he can take all that over. Okay. Then yesterday, and if you noticed, he's been doing a lot of interviews, Ben Shapiro. Now, the day before yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance filled in and hosted Charlie Kirk's show. And it looks like the Charlie Kirk show will stay in existence with the same studio, with the name and everything else. With at least for a while rotating fill-in host until they decide what the permanent status will be. I wish they would have done this with Rush and kept the Rush Limbaugh program in existence like they're doing with Charlie Kirk. And I bet you the people at the EIB network are kind of wishing they would have done that too. They should have. So Ben Shapiro has been on all these interviews with everybody on television, online lately. And yesterday, the Daily Wire guys were part of a panel discussion guesting on the Charlie Kirk show. And then he dropped something. So this is Ben Shapiro, and he's got his Michael Knowles and his Walsh over there from the Daily Wire. And they're sitting there on the Charlie Kirk show yesterday. Oh, and I just want to say again, those of you that are watching on my live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my other stream, you can see and hear the video and the audio that I'm sharing. And there's a direct link to my main stream in the description of the video with the green behind me. Okay, so this is the Charlie Kirk show yesterday. Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, and Michael Knowles, our guest. Okay, so Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire donated $1 million yesterday to Turning Point USA. And my question to that is, was Ben Shapiro, and he's obviously trying to buy his way in to move into Turning Point USA because he figures he's the big star after Charlie Kirk, which I don't think he is. I don't like Ben Shapiro, full disclosure, if you watch me regularly. I am a supporter of Israel, and I do agree with Ben Shapiro when it comes to Israel, but I don't like him, and I don't like his tactics. And this $1 million donation is obviously Ben Shapiro trying to buy his way in to the Daily Wire. Would you agree or disagree with that? And what I'm wondering with this is, did he donate that money in exchange for getting on the Charlie Kirk show yesterday with Matt Walsh, right? And Michael Knowles? Was the donation to just really to inject themselves, and they're trying to take over the organization, want to make his way in there, but did he donate the money so they could get on the Charlie Kirk show? And now again, we don't know any of this for sure, but my professional opinion is, yeah, it was to buy his way onto the show. And there's nothing wrong with Turning Point taking the money and doing this, but his motivations, the motivations of Ben Shapiro, are not pure and just. Now, here's a clip I want to play, and if you're on hold, stand by. After this last clip, I'll go to the phones at 1-888-465-2631. Charlie Kirk was a Christian man, not just a religious man, but a Christian man. And Ben Shapiro obviously is not a Christian. He's a Jew. And he has... I have no problems with people that are not Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm Catholic. I've been a Christian my entire life. And it's a very important part of my life. I don't talk about it a lot, but it's a very important part of my life. But I talk often that I don't like atheists, and I don't associate with atheists, because there's so many atheists out there, because atheists creep me out. But the other thing I don't associate with, and that I don't care for, are people that are Jesus deniers. That doesn't mean that I'm talking about people that aren't Christians, that don't believe in Jesus and Christianity. I'm talking about people who vocally go out there and go out of their way to deny Jesus. That's one of the things about Bill Maher. I made a whole movie about it many years ago. That's creepy to me, and I don't partake. This is a clip from the Joe Rogan show of Ben Shapiro talking about Jesus. And ask yourself this. Would Charlie Kirk want this guy who says this about Jesus having a role at Turning Point USA? Okay, so would Charlie Kirk want someone who said that to millions of people about Jesus having any role at Turning Point USA? I say no. And I don't like that. I would not be laughing if I were Joe Rogan at that conversation. All right, let me take some calls. Our number, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. A couple quick reminders before I go to the calls. Those of you watching with the green screen behind me, if you want to see and hear the audio and video that I'm sharing, go to my main stream, where the main stream and chat are. It's right here on my YouTube channel. There's a direct link in the description of the video with the green screen behind me. And the early show that I do, I've added an hour to the morning show. And if you noticed, I've kept the show going during the radio station breaks. This new format of the program, and my afternoon show are all brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. So if you could go to MyPillow.com, use my promo code Kane at checkout, K-A-N-E, and let Mike Lindell know that his support and money is being very well spent, okay? Because he is sponsoring all these changes that I brought to the show. The extra hour, the early hour, the after hour, my afternoon show, and continuing the show during the radio station breaks, all brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com, use my promo code Kane at checkout. So you're letting, every time you do that with my promo code Kane, you're going to get great products, great deals, but you're also letting Mike Lindell know that his support of my program and all of my content is money well spent. So that's greatly appreciated. MyPillow.com, promo code Kane, K-A-N-E. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's that?
You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, Kyle from Rhode Island, now Texas.
All right, Kyle. What's on your mind?
Hey, yeah, I learned this when I was 18, and I don't think a lot of people know this, but since we go on like a two-party platform, since the mid 1800s, the Republican Party was founded on anti-slavery.
Yep,
and
that's right.
Was the party of Abe Lincoln.
Correct. It still
the
is.
Union.
It
And
still
after
is.
the Civil War, the Republican Party reconstructed the civil rights for enslaved people and earned them the loyalty of the black votes for many decades.
Yep.
At the same time, the Democratic Party was the party of the South.
Correct.
It dominated by white Southerners who opposed racial equality and supported segregation.
Everything you've said so far is 100% correct. Yes.
The majority of ideological shift began in the 1900s after the Great Depression. The New Deal of FDR in the 30s focused on government intervention in the economy and social welfare programs.
Okay, now I want to speed you up here because what you're talking about has nothing to do.
To attract
what you're talking about has
unions,
nothing.
urban populations,
slow down for a second.
Working-class Americans.
Slow down for a second. All right, I got to put this guy on hold. Okay. Let me see if he'll stop. He hasn't stopped. I put him on hold. All right, this guy hasn't stopped. I put him on hold. Let me see if he's even listening to the on hold. Okay, you're listening. Okay, slow down for a second. Nothing you're talking about has anything to do with what I'm talking about today. So where are you going with this? I got a full board of calls, and you're getting us off topic. Do you have anything relevant to say, or are you just sharing this college lecture?
I'm sorry, I didn't really get the topic today.
Oh well, okay,
so
that's good.
That's
okay.
Kind of watch the dichotomy.
Watch the show, and you'll figure out what it's about. And then call back when you got something relevant to say. Okay, all right. Take care. Oh boy. It could be a good conversation, but another day. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Tony from Tucson.
Hey, Tony.
I have a question for you. Obviously, Charlie Kirk was beyond an intelligent man. We all know that. And what I can't understand is he witnessed what happened with President Trump when, they tried to assassinate him in Pennsylvania, then on the golf course. Why was he so lax in his security at outdoor?
Okay, that's a good question, and I'll tell you why. There's a couple of reasons why. Okay, one, President Trump is a president, right? And there have been presidents shot and assassinated throughout history. Okay,
right.
And there have been even in recent years. Charlie Kirk's assassination was the first non-elected official political assassination since Martin Luther King in 1968. So there had not been one in almost 60 years. That's one reason. So it wasn't something that's on the mind. Another thing, all of us that are conservative public people, I get death threats. I've been getting death threats since I was a teenager doing this, right? We all get it. And it freaks out people in our families and stuff. But what happens, because I get real credible threats from people pretty regularly. I mean, and I'm not anywhere near the level that Charlie Kirk was. We all get it. And what happens is a lot of times you become numb to it, and it's just like another day at work. You don't even notice it anymore. Even when you're dealing with police and everything. So there's a false sense of security. Like here in Florida, they just passed through our courts open carry here in Florida. And it goes into full effect next week. And I'm going to be open carrying everywhere I go. I'm not doing my YouTube live streams out and about like I used to. I stopped doing that after they killed Charlie Kirk. So there's a lot of precautions. So he had reasons not to worry. There hadn't been an assassination like that in 60 years. And it's just it's like, how did when things happen, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback, but there'll be changes now with people. I've made changes. I have security now. I've never had security in my life, ever, ever. And I have security now. You know, even me. Right? So, you know, it's things changed a week ago. And it's expensive at that level. It's expensive. You're talking about Secret Service level security. That cost a lot of money. A lot of money. So, you know, if you're paying for that level of security, is it financially viable to do these events like he was doing? Would it have been?
Well, he could have done them inside in big arenas. I mean, you know, at least you could have metal detectors, and
that costs big money. You got to, you know, when you do these events, and I don't know how often he did these college events. He was doing them all the time, right? So
yeah, he was doing them constantly.
So to do a thing out in the yard as opposed to doing it in the arena, it's a lot less money. You have to rent that space. So if you're going to rent an arena at the school, that's a lot of money. And then you got to pay for the metal detectors and people to operate them. It's a lot of money. With Trump, it's free. Well, free. The government pays for it because he's a president. You understand? There's a big financial... So, you know, how much would it cost to go to a school like that, rent an indoor arena, have metal detectors, pay for that, pay for the security to operate them? It's cost prohibitive.
I understand what you're saying, but okay, he got the money, but he lost his life over it.
Sure, yeah, obviously. I mean, hindsight, yeah.
Yeah, he had no security. I mean, and I know what you mentioned. I'm old enough to remember, you know, when the Kennedys got assassinated, Martin Luther King got assassinated. But, you know, even concerning JFK when he got assassinated, he was in an open car.
Correct.
And in Dallas, okay? Future presidents learned from that and never drove in open cars. You won't see Trump in an open car.
Yeah, but obviously there was a conspiracy around Kennedy. I'm not denying that. However, there had not been a presidential assassination. There have been several, right? But before Kennedy, there had not been an assassination of a president since McKinley, which was, what year was McKinley? Because Teddy Roosevelt was his vice president. So there hadn't been one in over 60 years. So people have their guard down when things like that happen, right? That's just, you know, so much time goes by. I mean, like I was born in 1971, so I wasn't even alive when the Kennedys and Martin Luther King was assassinated. I have a vague memory of Ronald Reagan. I remember seeing it on television when it happened, when Hinckley shot him. You know, right. I certainly remember where I was when President Trump was shot in Butler, watching it on Right Side Broadcasting. So, you know, a lot of these things, they happen so far apart. You're talking about generations apart. You know, people forget and get lazy.
Yeah.
But Charlie Kirk was not a president. So there, and you know, when you look at the assassinations of non-elected officials, you know, we got Charlie Kirk. You know, 57 years ago, right? 57 years ago was Martin Luther King. What other high-profile national civil rights type people have been assassinated? And I don't want to throw out names like Medgar Evers wasn't the same as Martin Luther King or Charlie Kirk. I'm talking about big people because we've had, you know, we've had the Christian Coalition, we've had NRA people, we've had all these people, you know, who's been shot. Not that many of them.
Yeah, but they didn't do these kind of appearances in open college campuses, which right off the bat are leftist, you know, institutions with a lot of hatred towards somebody like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just shocked that he didn't take more precautions.
Well, you know, I'm sure they will in the future. And, you know, and Turning Point's going to have a lot more money come. So what will happen is they'll say, well, why didn't they do this? Turning Point is going to have more money coming in than it ever has. It looks like it's being taken over by the Trump organization. Okay? And they're going to have more money than they've ever had. So in the future, they'll have a budget for that. But I've mentioned this a few times. I did not regularly listen to Charlie Kirk's show, but sometimes I'd listen to it. And in the few times, I don't listen to a lot of other shows because I don't want to be influenced by other shows, what they're talking about on what I do, right? That's, it seemed, Rush did the same thing. I learned that from Rush. And, but I did hear him on more than one occasion openly say on the show, oh man, I got a payroll's coming. I heard his struggles with finances on the air more than once. And Turning Point was funded by donations. And we're not in an election year yet. And political donations slow down out of election years. So, I don't think they had a big operating budget, but they had a high overhead. They got a national organization. Right. Those events that they put on, those are ticketed events and those cost money and everything else. But they have these speakers, and a lot of these speakers, they got to pay big speaking fees too. President Trump said they had a $200 million annual operating budget, but what was the overhead? That stuff you're talking about costs so much money.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, appreciate the call.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right. Take care. We're going to be switching over to the radio soon. We'll take some more. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
All right.
You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I prefer actually not to reveal my name.
Not that anybody would know by a first name, but that's okay. Yeah, you're on the air. Yes, you're on the air.
Not that anybody would know.
Turn down the volume of whatever your device you're listening to me on in the background.
Okay, well, this is the first time I'm actually on any conservative, I should say a conservative,
cool,
any YouTuber. And I find it interesting to, I don't know.
What do you mean?
Learn more about each other.
Well, I hope the show's interesting.
Well, I'm not exactly sure about that. If you want me to be frank, I don't really want to lead the conversation. I would rather.
No, the host of his show leads the conversation. The host of the show leads a conversation. That's called hosting. But what's on your mind? You called me. What do you want to? I got a lot of topics out there. What's on your mind?
Okay, well, I did think it was actually interesting that you were born in 1971, which means that in 1981 you were born. Or, I mean, you were 10. You became politically aware exactly when?
I can remember just in a blur watching the presidential debate between Jimmy Carter and Gerald Ford when I was a little kid. Mm-hmm. So I can remember that. And even though I was really young, I can remember the withdrawal from the fall of Saigon because my dad was a Vietnam veteran, and I remember them talking about it. So I guess pretty much my whole life.
I find it interesting that you became politically aware when you were, I guess, when Reagan was in office. And okay, so that was one thing I wanted to say. Because I'm born in 2000, people have different experiences, and due to different time frames, different experiences. Because inarguably, while my parents would think that people, and my mom was born in 1960s, she claims to think that everybody has the same experience. And I would disagree.
Well, everybody's experience is different. I mean, so what do you think? Something's on your mind. You're taking issue with something about me that I've said or something. I guess you're dancing around to something. But I've only got a little bit of time left because I'm getting ready to do a switch over to the radio station. So okay. I got about 30 seconds with you.
Why do you advocate for unquestionable law and order, but you quickly excuse January 6th rioters? I don't mean who...
I'm not excusing disobeying the law, and I don't know, when you talk about January 6th rioters, there were not rioters on... Those were, yes, absolutely, and those were not riots. But you know what? I'm gonna stand by. I'm gonna open the show in 30 seconds on the radio, and I'm gonna go to you. Okay? So just stand by. I got to do an open in just a few seconds, and then I'm gonna go to you. Okay? We'll start over. All right. Stand by. Okay? Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. It is Wednesday, September 17th, 2025, a little bit after 6 a.m. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Welcome, one and all. I was in the middle, before the radio show started, I was in the middle of I don't know about the middle. I was at the beginning of a conversation with someone who's new to the program who called me. And so I held him over. He doesn't want to give his name, but you were asking me something about why do I support our favorite and greatest president, Donald Trump?
From a universal standpoint, which is what any Christian believes, we love our neighbor. We essentially do unto others as we would want done to us.
Yes.
I just can't quite understand why. And I do consider myself an independent, right down the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Why do conservatives excuse January 6th, but they demonize Black Lives Matter, for example? Because they're both objectively breaking the law, both groups.
Well, let's just talk about January 6th first, okay? Let's forget about Black Lives Matter, which has really turned out to be a big real estate scam for the big leaders of it, right? I
will agree with that.
There's
sketchy actions.
Yeah, sketchy actions. That's correct. But January 6th, you said what did you call it? A political riot? How did you describe January 6th?
I did not refer to it as a political riot. I just referred to it as, people wanting to overturn the election.
No, that's not. That's not exactly. Okay. No. You asked why don't we condemn that? Why do we support Trump? What happened on January 6th was a staged event by deep state anti-Trump people that were working with Antifa, Black Lives Matter, the federal government, and agencies within the federal government to discredit the MAGA movement and President Trump. President Trump had given a speech in the mall in front of the White House and told the crowds at the end of his speech to march towards the Capitol and let their voices peacefully be heard. And then someone, probably Antifa in the video, broke the windows of the front door and broke in. And then the crowd, a lot of the people in that crowd, there was a herd mentality, were pushed into the Capitol. And if you watch the videos inside the Capitol itself, you see, for the most part, people peacefully walking through the building. It was a staged event by anti-Trump forces. It was not an insurrection. No one was trying to overturn anything, right? No one was armed. There were no weapons found. None of the J6 people killed anyone, contrary to what the news will tell you. That was a setup to discredit President Trump. Part of the 10-year, well over 10-year effort. And the same people that were behind January 6th are the ones who killed Charlie Kirk and assassinated him a week ago today.
I just have a question. Because, like I said, I'm independent.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the proof that all took place?
Well, if you follow the stories that have come out, you put the pieces together. One of the biggest things was this. Remember that strange-looking guy that had like that Viking headgear on? They call him the shaman. You know what I'm talking about? He had no shirt on, and he had like a Viking hat on kind of thing. You've seen him. He was kind of like the phrase.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. This is what got Tucker Carlson fired from Fox News Channel. You talk about proof. Here's an example of it. Tucker Carlson was given all the security footage from the Capitol building that day. And he found that the shaman, is what he's commonly referred to as, In fact, this story that I'm going to tell you, Tucker Carlson aired this. They fired him that week. And the shaman who was in prison was shortly after released from prison based on Tucker Carlson's reporting that I'm sharing. He had all of the security footage. The shaman was just walking around the Capitol, wandering around. And a couple of Capitol police officers saw him. They go up to him, and then they start escorting him around the Senate chamber. And they keep looking, they keep going up to door, and this is all in the security footage. You can find all this online. Just Google search it. Tucker Carlson broke this. You see the security guards with the shaman trying to open doors that enter into the Senate chamber, and they're locked. So they take him to another door. It's locked. They go to another door. It's locked. And then finally, they found an unlocked door and walk him in. And who's waiting for him? A national pool photographer who took the picture of him walking in the Senate chamber that became the face of the thing. That footage shows that someone in the powers that be saw him walking around. He looked like a crazy man, no shirt on, the Viking hat on, and the headdress and all that stuff. And they sent those Capitol officers to escort him to that waiting photographer. It was a completely set up event that the guy didn't even know he was a part of. That's an example of the proof that it was a staged event.
Okay, because I was respectful. I let you speak. May I have like at least 2 minutes?
No, I'm not going to. You can comment on. You asked me for. You brought up J6. You said, how can you support Trump and these people after this? I told you what it was. You asked me where the proof was. I gave you some very well documented evidence that you can easily research on your own. And, I would think you would respond to it. I gave you what you asked for.
You cherry-picked your evidence.
No, I cherry-picked. No, you asked for evidence. I gave you evidence. Okay, I gave you another piece of evidence. I give you one more piece of evidence. No matter how much evidence I give you, you're never going to accept it. But I'll give you one. I'll give you one more.
You can be sued for claiming that the deaths were false.
There were no deaths. The only death was one person. One person was killed on January 6th. Ashley Babbitt.
Police officers.
No police officers were killed on January 6th. That's not true. But Ashley Babbitt, who was shot by a Capitol police officer, was caught on video, right? The person filming it, I cannot remember his name offhand, but the person filming it was a Black Lives Matter member who was wearing MAGA gear from head to toe, working for a couple of the major news networks. He was Black Lives Matter, but he was wearing MAGA gear from head to toe, which proves that. And he was right there and took the video of Ashley Babbitt. He was undercover MAGA, working for the media and God knows who else. And that's proof that Black Lives Matter and others were in there.
If this is taking place, which I don't know because I haven't researched it.
Well, I have.
But don't we think we should vet all protesters?
No, it's America. But here's your problem. You made a statement. You asked me for evidence. I've given you two pieces of well-documented evidence that are common knowledge, and you ignore it.
I don't ignore it. No, I do not. It's something I have to look into further. And I'm not discrediting you, and I'm not saying that what you're saying is absolute gospel. It's something that I have to look into critically. And I'll call again. You're probably tired of talking to me. But let's treat it as a intellectual exercise, and maybe you give me some more time to talk.
Well, listen, I've been talking to you for quite a while, so I'm up against a break. But call me again sometime. It's one call per show. You're new, welcome. All right? Well, and I look forward to talking to you again. I mean, no matter how much evidence you give a guy like that, he's never going to accept it. He doesn't want evidence. What he wants is someone to tell him something that fulfills what he wants to believe. And the two examples I gave are very well documented, and anyone who's informed and educated on the issue is very well aware of what I just said. Now, I want to talk to you guys about Mike Lindell and MyPillow. And this is an important thing. You guys know I have greatly expanded the show in the last month. I've added an hour to the show, okay, to the morning show. I start an hour, I start before the show, and I continue after we end at 9. And I also have added an afternoon show, which I've been doing, a live afternoon show that's just like this, taking the calls. All that is sponsored and brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. So, and I didn't announce this until yesterday because the extra hour in the mornings and then the afternoon show is a big increase in my workload, and I wanted to make sure that I could handle the workload every day, and I've been doing it for about a month now. So I just announced this on yesterday's program. All of that is sponsored by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com, use our promo code KANE at checkout, K-A-N-E, and let Mike Lindell know that his money is well spent. That's number one. But also get some incredible deals. You can use our promo code KANE on all the specials at MyPillow.com. And right now, the 3-in-1 sale is going on. And this is an incredible sale. Get this. You can get the MyPillow sheets for just $29.88. Any size, any color, even the kings, which means all the way up to king, split king, California king. Those are normally $119.98. But with our promo code KANE at checkout, just $29.88. The MyPillow 6-piece towel sets are back in stock. They were out of stock for quite some time. With our promo code KANE, K-A-N-E, at checkout at MyPillow.com, just $39.98. And for a very limited time, the third part of the 3-in-1 sale is the premium MyPillow that has the Giza cotton cover on it, the finest cotton in the world. I have these pillows. They are spectacular. You can get the Queen for just $17.98 and the King just $19.98. That's with our promo code KANE at checkout, K-A-N-E. The free shipping offer is still in effect, so go to MyPillow.com, use our promo code KANE, and let Mike Lindell know that you support him and this program, all right? Promo code KANE, K-A-N-E, at checkout at MyPillow.com. We'll be right back. All right. Now, if you're on hold, stand by. You know, the last caller, now those of you in the chat, the couple examples I gave are well documented, right? Well documented. They're easy to look up, and they are 100% true. And that's what got Tucker Carlson fired from Fox. When they gave Tucker all that footage, they never dreamed that he would be able to find anything. And then he found something, and it was on the first night. And all that footage is the property of Fox News, unfortunately. And on the first night, when you're doing, he was going to have an entire week of revealing things from the tape. And he only had to reveal that night because they cracked down on him. And at the end of the week was his last show. And when you're doing something like that, the way you pace it is on night one, you start with something big. You start with a big story, right? On night one. Not your biggest, you save that. But you start with something big to people like, wow. And then during the week, you build. And since it was a 5-day show, either Thursday or Friday, he would give the big reveal. He might have done it on Thursday and then Friday have a discussion of what he uncovered that week. So when he showed that instance with the Viking, the shaman, that was not his biggest reveal. That was just a big thing, but not the biggest. I've always wondered, where was he going with that? And unfortunately, the history of January 6th has been written by the liberal media, right? And they've crafted this narrative of crap that has become the historical record. And it's going to be, because they've done that, it's in the history books. I mean, it's like almost written in stone, their false fake news narrative of it. So for the rest of our lives, we are going to have to explain the things that happened on that day. For the rest of our lives. It's never going to end. They're always going to go to that. Now, keep in mind, even if what they allege was true and it's not, they have one incident with the right, countless incidents of the left from the Civil War till Charlie Kirk's assassination a week ago. And they hold all the Republicans and MAGA accountable for one thing when they're killing our people, right? So that's that. If you're on hold, stand by. I will get to some calls after the break. But that is just something that I realized years ago Well, let me see what time we're coming back on the radio. Okay. Okay, we got about 90, a little less than 90 seconds. I realized a few years ago that for the rest of our lives, we're going to have to continue to explain January 6th because the liberal media have established as the historical record things that just are not true. It's unfortunate, but that's, hey, you know what? That's life, and we'll get through it. Now, if you're on hold, stand by. I'm gonna go to the phones when we get back, and I do have some other things I'm gonna get to. But you're welcome to call in about anything. We'll be back in just less than a minute. You can call in about anything I brought up so far, and I'm gonna queuing this up to move into in just a little bit. If you're new, make sure you subscribe, and those of you that are watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you want to see and hear the audio and video that I play, hop over to my main stream where the main chat is. There's a direct link to that in the description of the video if you're watching on the green, with the green behind me, okay? And make sure you subscribe and all of that. Okay, 20 seconds, we'll be back, and I'll go to the phones. Stand by. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. It is Wednesday, September 17th. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. I'm going to go back to the phones. We've covered quite a bit already in such a short time, and I've got a lot of things that I have not touched on yet that I will bring up as the show goes on. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, this is Josh calling from Wisconsin.
Josh in Wisconsin, what say you?
So just to get back to what you were kind of opening up with the Candace and the Ben and the Tucker thing, you know, I kind of think that they're all just grieving right now. They're in a moment or in a state of shock, and they're all just rapidly speaking and ready to explode.
Right.
And
you think Ben Shapiro's grieving? No, he's trying to move in.
Oh, you think so?
I know so. It's obvious.
Well, okay. Well, we could just take him out then. So more like Tucker.
Now, excuse me. You mean out of the discussion? Why would you say something so stupid?
Yeah.
Don't talk that way.
Okay. Oh my goodness! I didn't even realize how. Thank you so much. I did not even understand how that sounded. Mm-hmm. But what I'm kind of getting out of this is it seems like Charlie was really the glue in MAGA, and now that he's no longer with us, God rest his soul, it seems like some stuff is
no. There were some vultures out there. Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, a couple of others. One whose name I've not mentioned yet because they seem to have gotten their head back together. But there's some. Listen, the thing with Ben Shapiro. The Daily Wire of Ben Shapiro's gone through a lot. When they got rid of Candace Owens, which I can understand because she's nuts, okay, they took a big hit. And then when they fired Brett Cooper, it was a devastating blow to them. And Ben Shapiro is trying to inject himself in the taking over for Turning Point, the college debate, to become relevant again. That's obvious what's going on.
Yeah, why don't you think Ben Shapiro would be good in that role? I'm curious.
Well, he's not likable.
You don't think so?
I know so. I don't like him. He talked and not only that. I'm going to play a couple of audio clips I played early before the radio show. I'm going to play them later again on the radio. He not only it's not that he's not Christian, okay, but he has openly denied Jesus to millions of people. And I would think that Charlie Kirk would not be comfortable with somebody who so vocally denies Jesus, and almost a joking way, which I'll play in a little bit again, running.
Yeah, you already played it.
Well, not on the radio. And for people that are just tuning in, may have missed it earlier. I don't think Charlie Kirk would want somebody like that in a high-profile position in the organization, in my opinion.
That's actually a very good point, Brian. I'm so happy you brought that up. Another thing that I'm worried about is it seems like people like Tucker and Candace are kind of going to use Charlie's name to pull, now that he's no longer with us, like I said, God rest his soul, it seems like they're going to use his name and his legacy, because he had such a wide fan base, to kind of pull more people in towards their side. You know what I mean? Because people are desperate right now to jump and find a voice. And I'm with you. I've been with you since day one, so I'm happy that I'm with you and stuff. But it just kind of seems like that's the route that I'm seeing from Tucker and from Candace. You know, you got all of these people that are just looking like, well, what now? And so they're coming out with these aggressive videos. This
is the thing. You know, I'm gonna recap the Tucker Carlson stuff later too, but a lot of these influencers, there's a lot of competition among. I'm a man alone here, okay, and I'm completely independent, and I like it that way. You know, at my age, I realized the other day that I'm never going to work for somebody in my life ever again, probably, right? And I'm going to be a man alone working for myself. And
Donald Trump.
Well, they, you know, I don't. No offers come in from our favorite president yet, but you know what I mean. And what's happened is Ben Shapiro, Tucker, and others. They're vultures. They're circling around, and in particular, Ben Shapiro. And what I've learned from people in my life is most people, no matter how much money they make, they're still struggling. Because people live at the lifestyle of their income, right? You know, and I remember when I first got into broadcasting, I didn't make any money. And then my first paying job was $5 an hour. Minimum wage was like might have been $3.35 then, maybe $3.65. And my goal, I was like, well, if I could just make $300 a week, I'd be set. I would have no worries in the world, you know? And a lot of these people, they have high lifestyles, they make a lot of money, and it's a struggle for them. And they want part of that. They want part of that Charlie Kirk. They're clout chasing. They want part of that Charlie Kirk train. Some of that Charlie Kirk clout.
I was just going to say clout chasing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Ben Shapiro yesterday donated $1 million. He was a guest on the Charlie Kirk show yesterday. He and the Daily Wire donated $1 million. Well, that donation, I think, was really to be a guest on the show. He did that to get on the show and get the publicity.
Just to get on there, yes,
yeah.
Sir,
with Matt Walsh and isn't that the guy's name with the beard? Matt Walsh on the Daily Wire. Is that his name? I forgot his name.
I don't watch.
And Michael Knowles and Michael Knowles. And it was, you know, nothing wrong with the donation, the Turning Point. Don't get me wrong, but he didn't do it out of the memory of Charlie Kirk. He did it to buy his way onto the show for the fame.
It wasn't a good faith donation.
No, yeah. It was to get everyone talking about him, and he's trying to buy his way in to Turning Point. You know, it's obvious.
Yeah. And with Tucker bringing up these text messages, and same with Candace, I mean, it's crazy because one person, well, I don't know who has Charlie's phone at the moment, but there's one person that's going to mainly have his phone at the end of this, and that is his wife, who, let's be honest, who probably knows his passcode and has access to all of those text messages. So I fully believe when Candace says there's only one person that can shut me up, it's or two people. It was Erica and somebody else.
Well, she's not going to get involved in that. For them, you know, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are threatening to reveal text messages. And
to a grieving wife.
Yeah, and first of all, in this day and age, the text messages could easily be fabricated. So the only way to know if they're real is if Charlie Kirk's widow produces his text. She's not going to get involved in that. You know, I mean, they're taking a gamble, but it's a gamble that they're likely to win. She's not going to get involved in something that low with everything she's going through, and they're betting on that.
Well, wait, what do you say? Betting that she won't, or betting?
Correct.
That
betting that she won't. She's not going to get down in the dirt and get petty.
I wouldn't if I was her.
No.
I was just bringing it to light that, hey, you know, his phone still does exist. Like, maybe these guys might want to be careful.
But maybe he deleted his text like I do. I delete my text all the time. I don't keep people's text.
You're a smart man.
It's not that I'm... No, why do I keep... People that keep text, keep them for this crap. You know what happened? I'll tell you what happened.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why I stopped. My whole life, I've never put anything in writing. And we had this liberal jerk this was many years ago. We had this liberal jerk in studio as a guest, okay? Many years ago. And because he was a guest, he had he had my cell phone number, which I changed because of this person. And I had the same cell phone number for many, many years. And it was like the best number ever to remember. It was like the best phone number. And I changed it because of this person. But anyway, I found out that years later, they were going up to people. I don't know who would be impressed by this, but going up to people, sometimes important people, claiming to be a friend and associate of mine, and as proof of that would show this text message that I sent them like 8 years before when they were going to be on the radio show. Oh yeah, I know, Brian, and it was bizarre. And I thought, my goodness, people do that? So so friends of mine regularly think I'm pissed off at them because they text me and I give a one-word response. I usually not more than 2 words. If the one word, but rarely over 2 words, unless it's my wife. To me, it's a violation to share text messages. And when I see people I've got the text, that's a low-life move. And I don't like when people do that.
You are 100% correct when you say that, man. And, first of all, I didn't get a chance to say it, but good morning to you, and God bless that you made it another day.
Yes.
So I know you got other people on the line, so I'll jump into the last thing that I wanted to speak with you about. Again, thank you for answering my call. Yeah. But I heard you mention open carrying in Florida. Mm-hmm. Do you guys have that now?
There was a court ruling last week, and the Attorney General and the Governor have said now open carry is okay, is the law in Florida now. It officially goes into effect sometime next week.
You could do it while you were going to hunt or fish or something.
Whatever,
right?
Everywhere. No, everywhere. Unless a business, private property can say you can't bring a gun in here, so you can't. So like you could go to a store and they say guns aren't allowed. You can't carry in there. But we're going to have open carry is now the law in Florida. Yeah.
It's the same thing as Wisconsin, it sounds like then, which I live in Wisconsin and I open carry every day. So
I'm going to do it. I got to buy all new holsters because all of my holsters are concealed holsters. So they all fit on the inside. And I've been waiting for this my whole life.
I'm happy you got it, man.
The reason is I don't conceal carry. And the reason I don't conceal carry is because the weather in Florida is so hot year round. If you guys watch me online, I wear T-shirts and Hawaiian shirts all the time. And it's hard to conceal carry for me because of the clothing we wear, in Florida. And, with concealed carry, if it's really concealed, is so up to the discretion of the officer. I just don't do it because of that. Now that we have open carry, I'm going to do it. I'm not sure what kind of holster to get. Because I've never even considered buying an open carry holster, but it's just like these other states. You can carry a rifle over your shoulder. I haven't seen anyone.
Can you carry?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Can
AR-15s.
You do that in Florida?
Yeah, AR-15s on your shoulder, everything. It's the law now in Florida. It officially goes into effect next week. Although sheriffs around Florida, sheriffs have been announcing they're not enforcing it anymore, and prosecutors aren't going to prosecute it. And I'm looking forward to it for my own personal safety, tell you the truth. I feel pretty vulnerable.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just like with what you were just explaining with the whole text message and stuff. So what if somebody made an enemy that you had texted one of your famous one-word sentences to, and, they showed this to some crazy liberal at a bar that you have never even spoken to a day in your life, and you're just going for a walk down the street.
That happens. You don't think that happens? It happens to me from time to time. People come up to me in public. Sometimes they're nice. Sometimes they're pissed off. And it's so I'm going to do it. So but if anybody has any expertise in open carry holsters, I don't know. I got to talk to him at the radio station because we should have a sponsor for that because open carry is a whole new thing. And I'm looking forward to it.
It's awesome, man. People, me open carrying, I feel like, and you never know because the situations never even get to happen because you have that you're open carrying. People think twice about, let's say, robbing you or jumping you or assaulting you or just really approaching you in any hostile manner when you're open carrying.
Yeah, I do know. I
mean?
do
And
know
that
this.
is-
I do know. I know a lot about guns and everything else because my whole life. I would recommend people do not get shoulder holsters. They look cool and all, but the problem with the shoulder, and I know there's different styles of shoulder holsters. I understand that, but with a shoulder holster, the gun handle is facing in the direction of the attacker. So they can reach into your shoulder, grab your weapon out of your holster, and it's pointed at you. So don't get the shoulder holster, guys, okay? Those are bad news.
They'll tell you the same thing about the side holsters, though, too, about the belt holsters.
Oh, give me a break. Give me a break. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. But don't get the shoulder holsters. But yeah, it's about time. And I haven't seen anybody do it yet. So I'm not going to start carrying until I start seeing other people do it. You know, but it's
very unfortunate that the left today, you know, they'll speak so violently about guns and all the danger they bring and stuff. It's just very unfortunate that they won't preach more about the crimes that just a simple open carry would prevent. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, listen, Gabby. I was talking yesterday about the Gabby Gifford shooter. He shot a lot of people and killed several people. He was stopped by a guy in Arizona that had a gun. He wasn't there at the event. He was inside a store shopping in that center. He heard the shots, came out with his weapon, and stopped the guy. You know, so there you go. All right, listen, I'm very late for the break. Thanks for the call. All right, take care. If you're on hold, stand by. It's the Steve Kane Show. I'm Brian Craig, back right after this. All right, I took that break really late, guys, but I'll take a call here during the break. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Ralph. I'm in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Hey, Ralph, what's on your mind?
Okay, I wanted to correct you on some misinformation. There were two people that were killed on January the 6th. One was Roseanne Boyland. She was beat to death by a policewoman on the steps. Look it up.
Okay, all right. Okay, I don't know why he's got all the attitude. Look it up. Okay, give me a hard time, man. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Greg from New York.
Hey, Greg. What's on your mind?
Got a question for you. How come if they can arrest and charge Tyler that quick for murder, how come with prima facie evidence good on its face, on mortgage applications, why is it Letitia James and Shifty Schiff putting cuffs in a range right now?
Well, those are all good questions. I mean, you're talking about the shooter, the assassin of Charlie Kirk versus these people?
Right. I mean, we're talking about a capital murder case.
I agree with you. I'd like to see some arrest. Okay. White collar crime, though, is a slower process than a violent crime, right? You got a lot of witnesses, a lot of evidence. I don't know about Schiff, but Letitia's in big trouble. And I would not be surprised if there's already sealed grand jury indictments against her. Would not be surprised. Pam Bondi has a bunch of grand juries going on right now.
For them.
Pam Bondi has a
whole... Yeah, most of the work was done for them, dude. Mm-hmm. They had criminal referrals.
Yeah.
They had criminal referrals.
Yeah.
I mean, packets of paper. Here you go. We did all the work for you. It's handed to you on a silver platter when they do that. It's like, okay, let's roll. Let's get this done. You know, because I think we've got to move faster. It just seems like it's crawling. I know everybody's complaining that the process is moving real slow. And believe me, I know. I did over 25 years in law enforcement, so I know how this stuff works. But, man, her stuff has been sitting on desks.
I wouldn't assume that.
Seems like forever.
Pam Bondi has grand juries all over the place, okay, and all over the country. And grand juries are secret. She very well could have already sealed indictments on a lot of these people. They just haven't released them yet for whatever reason because they're still working on other cases. I would not be surprised. And we may wake up one day.
I hope that's the case. I know that that's possible. I agree with you 100%.
And if you look at President Trump, he's always praising Pam Bondi. And yesterday morning he went out of his way to praise Kash Patel. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, they've got Trump's support. They're all right. because he knows what's going on behind the scenes that we don't know. He knows what's going on behind the scenes.
I hope we see something real soon.
Well, hold on, let me finish. President Trump wants Letitia James brought to justice more than you or I. Look what she did to him, right? And when he's praising Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, he knows everything that's going on behind the scenes. So I trust that things are being done. We just haven't seen them yet.
Wouldn't it be great if something happened next week?
Like what,
Wouldn't
indictments?
it be great? We look back to this conversation. No, yeah, with Letitia. Wouldn't it be great if we saw something next week, maybe, and we'll look back on this conversation and say, man, remember that when Greg called up from New York? It's like, hey, there she is.
Yep, that's right.
They finally.
And remember, the prosecutor in the case was in front of her house doing work in front of her brownstone in New York City a couple weeks ago. They're on the case. Don't worry. Hey, listen, I got to run, but take care. All right, thanks for the call. If you're on hold, stand by. We're about to come back from the radio break in about 30 seconds. So if you're on hold, hang in there. If you're new, my name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Make sure you subscribe if you're new to the program. This is a radio station break we're in, which we'll be back from in about 10 seconds. Hold on. Welcome back, everyone. And I want to apologize to the audience out there on the radio because I took that bottom of the hour break really late. So this is going to be a short segment to get us back on track. All right, let me take another call or two, and I got a whole bunch of new stuff to bring up, but let's take some calls. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, I'd just like to ask now if you've had a change of heart. You're prepared to shoot a black Democrat
No.
all of a sudden because of the open carry?
No. I don't want, no.
What are you going to do with a gun? Someone walks up to you, starts threatening you, and going to reach for your gun.
Why do you assume that I'm going to be threatened and victimized by a black person? Some kind of racist?
That was your spiel. You're like, oh, can you imagine? They put me under the jail. If I shot a black Democrat listener, I'd be under the jail, buried alive.
Well, they assassinated Charlie Kirk last week.
Oh, so now all of a sudden, all the juries and all the Democrat slimy grand juries are going to be in the favor of conservative.
It's dangerous. Listen, it's dangerous to be a conservative and outspoken these days.
Look, I hope you're stuttering fellows that listen to you every day. I mean,
you listen enough. You're quoting me. You're calling me. You're listening.
I get in and out of the car and I scan.
Get in and out. I know you scan everything. This is one of those radio accidents.
I hope we're in a dangerous place in this world if people start taking gun advice from you. That's for sure.
I'm not giving gun advice. Guy asked me a question about me.
Yeah.
I gave advice not to use the shoulder holster.
You're going to tell everybody. You're going to take money and tell everybody all about open carry holsters.
Nobody's giving me money to talk about open carry.
Yeah, but you're trying to because you're always looking for some kind of angle to act something different than what you are.
What? I'm trying to.
You're always acting like a conservative. You act like a conservative.
Yeah.
But you've dumped every nickel that you've ever made into the hands of the enemy all these years.
What are you talking about?
Disney World mostly comes.
I haven't been to Disney World in over 3 years.
Yeah, but you sure.
In fact, not only have I not been to Disney World in about 3 years. The last time I went, I made a YouTube video about this, which I will, by the way, put on all my socials. They wouldn't let me in. I was denied entry to Walt Disney World. They wouldn't let me in.
3 years.
Security.
Okay,
the last time I went there, I went to Disney World to interview someone, and Disney World security, they would not allow me in and escorted me from the gate. I made a whole YouTube video about it. And I haven't been back.
Okay, so I'm not irrational. Listen, I'm not irrational.
So you say I give my money to the enemy. Every penny I've made, I give to the enemy. What are you talking about, psycho?
Every Star Trek, every movie, you're always pitching this Netflix with Obama's Netflix and telling people to watch CNN. Can we stop watching CNN now, please?
Why? Those are your friends.
Can we stop watching CNN?
No, those are your
based on
friends.
your
You're a liberal.
instructions?
You're a liberal. Those are your friends.
Yeah. So all your stuttering followers they're still watching CNN based on your instructions, or did you call them off?
I'm not telling anybody to watch anything. What I do is, excuse me, I'm speaking. I have to watch and follow many different things so that I can do my job properly. I'm not some lunatic like you who's giggling in the background.
Listen, I'm a rational.
No, you're
I'm
not.
a rational person.
You're a crazy man. You're a crazy man. You're a grown man.
When you try to give instructions, now when you come out trying to give instructions about carry, about open carry versus concealed carry, which you never did, because can you imagine what they would do to me? They'd bury me under the jail if I was
said this.
a black Democrat.
I've said a couple of things. I didn't say, no, I said this. If I'm attacked, like if somebody targets me, right? Like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was targeted by a gay man who was involved in a relationship with a transgendered man. If you're being targeted because of your position, the chances are it's going to be a liberal. Okay? Now, if I'm just out in a minority, gay, whatever. If I'm just out and about, like if I'm at Publix and I get jacked in the parking lot, that could be anybody. But if someone, when people get out of control with me and rude like you, they're usually liberal jerks.
I'm extremely pleasant. I'm just calling you out on some facts of contradiction.
You haven't called me out on any contradictions. You
perform.
I was kicked out of Disney World. I was refused entry to Disney World. That was your first example. Do you have any other examples where I'm supporting the enemy with my money?
I don't follow your day-to-day.
Apparently you do.
I just click past stations.
Just click past.
No, I do not follow you day-to-day.
Did your phone dial itself?
A little more regularly.
Did the phone dial itself?
We used to have a radio on.
Did the phone dial itself?
We used to have a radio on it. We used to have a radio on it.
Then how'd you call me? Did the phone just call me? Or did you dial the number?
No, I had to look it up.
You had to look it up. Yeah, I know. Give me a break. Everything this guy. He's lying to himself. No, I had to look it up. I don't listen. I just, Oh, man. Let me talk about Friendly Tire in Margate. I was over at Friendly Tire yesterday. Saw someone getting their tires repaired. Other shops around town don't do tire repairs. They don't. I didn't realize this. I found this out years ago. I was out of town in Orlando with my daughter, Halloween Horror Nights. And we had a flat tire. We ran over a nail in the hotel parking lot. And I got up early. I went to a tire shop. Oh, we don't do repairs. We just sell tires. Well, I'm not going to buy a tire in Orlando. I'm going to wait and go to Friendly Tire in Margate and get great deals on tires. Not this jerk in Orlando. And I didn't need new tires. I just needed a repair. So what I did is I had to stop at every rest plaza from Orlando back to South Florida and put air in the tires at every rest plaza, every 25, 30 miles. And then Mike at Friendly Tire repaired it. But there's all kinds of different types of tire repairs. He does them all. He has thousands of used tires in stock at great prices. And you can get new tires for as low as $75 out the door and on the road. He has all the name brands you know and love. Michelin, Pirelli. I'm a Firestone guy. Great deals on run flats. What other brands are there? Whatever they are, he can get them all. And $75 as low as out the door and on the road on common tires on some of the most popular vehicles on the road today. And by out the door and on the road, I mean this. Friendly Tire doesn't charge you to balance the tire, mount the tire, or dispose of your old tires, okay? So the price he quotes you over the phone is the out the door and on the road price. We have listeners that drive over an hour each way because, well, they want to support this great program, but also the tire prices are so good. Give him a call. He'll give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. We'll be right back. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm Quinn from Alabama.
Alabama, what's on your mind?
I wanted to ask you, what you think about Trump and Epstein file?
Not much. There was nothing there to think about. Not much to think about.
You don't care about child trafficking?
Absolutely. And he was arrested, stopped, and he's dead, Epstein. But I know this, when it comes to child trafficking, President Trump stopped more child and sex trafficking than any other individual who's ever lived when he shut down the southern border.
Yeah, I get your talking point.
That's not a talking point. That's a truth. When he shut down the illegal immigration from the southern border, he shut down human trafficking and sex trafficking of children and adults in larger numbers than anyone has ever done in history. That's not a talking point. That's a truth. You sound like the one that's not concerned about child trafficking, or you'd be congratulating him for that.
No, you're trying to avoid the point that Trump was best friends.
No, he was not best friends. You probably, with your attitude, no, he was. With your attitude, you probably don't know what best friends are, because I doubt you have very many friends with your pleasant personality.
Well, I mean, you're resorting to insults when Jeffrey Epstein himself said that Trump was his best friend for 10 years.
No, he did not say that. Who did he say that to? In fact, all the Epstein, about 2 weeks ago, all the Epstein victims had a press conference in Washington. One of the liberal reporters asked the Epstein victims, did any of you see President Trump do anything inappropriate? They all said no. Did you see that?
Said, one of the victims actually called Trump by name. What are you talking about?
You just called him by name. What are you talking about? All right,
no.
What an idiot. Oh, my goodness. He just said Trump. Oh, my goodness. These people. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Brian. It's Agnes. I was just calling to hear your beautiful voices.
Well, you did. Good. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, my name's Mike. I'm calling you from Jacksonville, Florida.
Hey there, Jacksonville. What's on your mind?
Hey, I'm a first-time listener. And,
welcome.
And yeah, thank you. And immediately, I'd heard about the soap and carry thing a couple of days ago, and here's my situation, and maybe you can help me out. About 7 or 8 years ago, I had a domestic situation.
I'm not a lawyer, so I can't give you legal advice. I am not an attorney. I cannot give you legal advice. But it sounds like you're it sounds like you're not allowed. Domestic. Did you get arrested?
Yeah.
Got a conviction?
Yeah, I didn't want. Yeah, I did.
Is it a felony?
It was a glorified shove. It was a shoving. No, it was not. Misdemeanor, and it was a shoving match, basically.
Why would you shove a woman?
Yeah. Well, because she shoved me in the heat
she
of the
shoved
moment,
you?
I just shoved
I would say this. Yeah. You should not own a gun. If you're a man who shoved a woman because she shoved you, you should not own a gun. But listen, I got to run. Thanks for the call. Welcome to the show. Oh, my goodness. You guys agree with that? Just a run of winners here. Okay, we're coming back. About 10 seconds, we'll be back. If you're on hold, stand by. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. I was talking to Steve last night. I said, Steve, we get you to that 50th year. That will be a historical record in the history of radio that no one will ever break. I wanted to share this. Did you see this weirdo on ABC News that was talking about the love story between the Charlie Kirk assassin and his transitioning lover? Listen, oh boy, listen to this. Touching as they're etching on the bullets. I'm going to play the whole thing. This is crazy to me. This ABC News reporter. This is the main ABC network. Oh my, you would think that was Babylon Bee or something, or some comedic parody. This guy on ABC, who would see a love story between Charlie Kirk's assassin, the first political assassin in 57 years in this country, and his transgender transitioning boyfriend? Who would see a love story in such a thing? Well, I can think of a couple types of people you could speculate on, but one of them would be a liberal jerk who thinks the whole thing was romantic. As they're etching on the bullets and the magazines and the gun. Who sees romance in that? I'm expecting them to make a movie about this. Why don't they make the O.J. Simpson, Nicole Brown Simpson love story after that? My goodness. And this guy here, he doesn't even miss a beat with it. I have not heard anything. Listen, we've got a lot of fake news that put a lot of garbage out there, no doubt about it. But I do believe that may be the most sick, twisted thing I've ever heard anyone at one of the mainstream news outlets ever report. How can you see romance in that? This guy needs to be off the air. That is a crazy man. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jonathan from Bethlehem.
All right, Jonathan, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I think we need to start talking about what we're going to do for 2028 because, there is going to be certain politicians who are going to want to try to come back again and run for a third term like Obama. We're probably going to have to, figure out a way to arrest him, maybe put him in jail.
All right, enough of this. See what these liberals are trying to do? And he's calling from Bethlehem? Yeah, sure. Rush Limbaugh, after January 6th, said, be careful, they're listening to us. And they're all trying to set us up all the time. Call some no talent that'll fall for your crap. Okay, so let me finish. So the guy on ABC News is pretty bad. Listen to this. This is Montel Williams. I hadn't thought about Montel in a while. This is Montel Williams on CNN yesterday. Now again, Montel Williams is talking about the assassin of Charlie Kirk. This is CNN yesterday. See, this is crazy town, all right? This is complete crazy town. Montel, so we got two people on the same day, both from the left, obviously. I never thought of Montel Williams as a political person, telling us about this fantastical love story with Charlie Kirk's assassin and his I can hardly say it, I'm sorry, guys, his transitioning boyfriend. Let me rewind it and play the whole thing. Montel Williams. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. So Charlie Kirk, because he didn't think boys should be in girls' sports and children shouldn't have sex change operations, what Montel is doing here is justifying the assassination. Doesn't it sound that way to you? Oh, a love story. Oh, wow. So not only is it a beautiful love story, according to Montel Williams, right? right? He was doing it to save his lover. He was doing it to protect his lover from Charlie Kirk. I'm shocked at Montel Williams. I mean, I really, truly am. Oh, did you see the lightning this morning? It's hurricane season. It's storm season. If you've got a wet spot on your ceiling, you got a leak in your roof, you want to call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. I'm going to give you his cell phone number in just a moment. You can call or text. But I want to highlight something. He's a good MAGA guy. He'll never sell you a roof you do not need. If you need just a simple repair, Tom Laporta will do it, okay? He covers both the east and west coast of Florida and everywhere in between. But listen to this. He's not just a roofing company. Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing is also a contractor. And under Florida law, as a contractor, Tom Laporta can deal directly with your insurance company for the cost of the repair or the replacement of your roof. Residential, commercial, municipal. Give him a call or a text. This is Tom Laporta's cell phone number, 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. That's 954-604-4602. And online, LaportaRoofing.com. If you're on hold, stand by. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. My name is Brian Craig. We'll take our top of the hour break, come back with your calls at 888-465-2631. We'll be back right after this. Okay, we're clear. This is a radio station break. I'm going to take some calls during the break. Let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air.
Oh, good morning, Brian. This is Joan in Tampa Bay.
Hey, Joan. What's on your mind?
Well, that Tyler Robinson, I think he was 22 years old. That's not a child.
You're talking about the assassin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
22 is not a child.
Well, to Montel it is.
Well, he's deranged.
He could have joined the service and done his whole. He could have done his whole enlistment in that by that age, right?
You know. So yeah, I know you should have a little brain in your head or something by then, but I don't know.
Yeah. All right, Joan. Appreciate the call. Yeah, Montel Williams. That's shocking. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Yeah, you're on the air.
Hey, Brian, how you doing today?
I'm all right.
What are they turning? How are they turning this into the butt boy doo-doo files or something? What's going on with Montel Williams?
Come on. Excuse me. Don't use language like that. All right.
Okay, but I'm just saying they turning this perverted thing. They turning this into a love story, man. They killed this man, and they turning it into a love story.
Yeah, I'm very shocked about this. I mean, the guy from ABC News, I don't know him, but Montel, I used to watch his show when he had the Montel Williams show. I'm surprised to hear Montel Williams talk that way.
And then that other guy gonna tell you what he say. The people all said, all the guys, all the females and the guys that had something to do with that perverted dude. They said President Trump had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. So now this guy want to say, she said his name. He said, just like you said, you said his name. I mean, what's going on? Don't they, when evidence is right there, they just don't want to hear it clearly or see it clearly or anything.
No, I agree. Yeah, I know. All right, hey, appreciate the call, but watch the language. I mean, even we're in a break. Let me see when we're going to be back. Okay, I've got just over a minute. Okay, now I just want to tell you guys that all this extra programming I'm doing, continuing the show during the breaks, the extra hour in the mornings, the afternoon show, all brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. So to continue to allow me to do the extra hour of the show, continue the show during the commercial breaks, and the afternoon show, go to MyPillow.com, use my promo code KANE at checkout, KANE, and let Mike Lindell know that his support and money is well spent supporting the expansion of all of my content. There's great deals going on right now. Look at this, the closeout sale of the year on the Percale bed sheets. I have these sheets, $29.88, any size, any color, from twin all the way up to queen, king, split king, California king, and every size in between, with our promo code KANE at checkout, KANE at MyPillow.com. Also, the free shipping offer is still in effect. So you can get the free shipping, you can get these great deals, all with my promo code KANE, and allow me to to continue the expansion that we've been doing of the show. All right. Stand by. We'll be back in 10 seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. If you're just tuning in, I've got to do a recap here of some very disturbing, weird stuff. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll get to the phones in just a moment. There is not one, but two people who have been on national TV in the less than 24 hours talking about the assassin and the love story that led him to do this romantic act, as they're describing it, of assassinating Charlie Kirk. This is Crazy Town. The first one is ABC News' reporter on the scene. Okay, so a love story between the assassin who did it all for love. And I know, that's totally crazy. That's the ABC News reporter, and he's getting a lot of heat for that. But then Montel Williams hasn't gotten any publicity before me doing this. Montel Williams, later in the day, yesterday, went on CNN. Now I want you to understand, Montel Williams, he's on CNN in this audio I'm about to play. He's talking about Charlie Kirk's assassin, who 1 week ago today assassinated him.
Oh.
Okay, wow. So Montel Williams we got ABC News telling us that this is a Romeo and Romeo story. Montel Williams telling us this is a great love story as well. And the Charlie Kirk assassin, it was actually self-defense. He was protecting his transgendered lover. What the heck is going on here? You know, sometimes I hear stories. I saw this before the show, and I didn't share it in the beginning because I had not had all my coffee yet. And I thought, I did not hear what I thought I heard from Montel Williams, because what he's saying is so crazy. And now that I'm caffeinated, it's even worse. It's completely insane. What kind of sick, twisted person would say something like that? All right, let's find out what the jury of public opinion think. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. It's Ben from Pompano. How you doing?
Oh, Ben, it's a crazy, crazy world we're in.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. But I guess it's good for business. I mean, I just called in. I didn't tune in. I wanted to know if I could give an update on Candace and the fallout. I don't know what you were talking about.
I opened the show with that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Because I really wanted to address that useful idiot woman who called in yesterday pushing the divisive lines that are trying to split MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
And Seth Dillon, the owner of the Babylon Bee, Rob McCoy, Charlie Kirk's long-term pastor in Phoenix, We have Josh Hammer, who was in the room. Seth Dillon was also in the room, and he shared the text. And on top of that, we have Phil Ackman's account with.
Now, by the way, for
Andrew
people that
Colvett.
are to give context, Candace Owens, and now we got Tucker doing some weird stuff. Candace Owens, day before yesterday, said that Israel was threatening, or some evil forces were threatening Charlie Kirk. He was about to change his public opinion on Israel due to these threats. And so this is what Ben from Pompano is talking about. The names you're hearing are people that were in the room at this event. All right, go ahead, Ben.
Yep. And then, so all these people came out and completely refuted what Candace said. The meeting was exactly what everyone's experience with Charlie was. It was a cordial meeting. It was a productive meeting, and they intended to follow up. Ben Shapiro, on the other hand, is donating $1 million to TPUSA. Meanwhile, people like Ian Carroll, Candace Owens, and the whole gang are using Charlie's death and sharing private texts in order to continue the one thing they've been talking about nonstop for the last 2 years. Israel, 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 Israel. If you were to guess after Charlie Kirk's assassination what these people were to say, and you guessed Israel, you know, that says a lot about them. That we all know what they're going to say after a big event is so telling. And so that useful idiot moron woman who called yesterday, I would really ask you to look into yourself and ask you why you need to believe. Candace clearly has a personality disorder at this point.
Yep.
She's psychotic. And she's probably using Charlie Kirk's death to dig her way out of the money hole from the legal trouble she has due to the Marcon incident. So all you people who cannot let go of Candace, I mean, you do so at your own peril. She's a fool. She has a remarkable ability to keep making herself look like a fool. Just when you think she can't get anywhere, she does. So, I mean, follow her at your own peril. But the rest of us are laughing at you. We're laughing at her. And honestly, you're going to look back in shame.
I'm not laughing because Candace Owens has a very large following, and there's a lot of people that believe that crap. And I mean, you know, I'm going to recap later if we have time. I did it at the beginning what Tucker Carlson did yesterday, which was basically saying the same thing that Candace Owens had said in a different way. And
Carlson.
Yeah,
Carlson was given $15 million by a Qatar billionaire to start up his.
Well, that's what they're
network,
saying.
Okay?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's been proven.
I'll send you the source. I mean, this is well sourced. You didn't just leave Fox and then get all this money from nowhere. So it's like, and you know, the strings are attached. Hey, maybe you're a little more, you keep an eye on Israel. Israel is the size of New Jersey and has 10 million people and it's in the middle of the desert. I hate to break it to you people, but they're not as powerful as you think they are.
All right, well, listen, I'm gonna move on. Because we're not on this now, but I appreciate the update,
No
Ben. Take care. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. Once, twice. All right, you missed your chance. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Sal from Margaret. Bill Maher had interviewed Charlie Kirk about 4 months ago. Did you see it?
No.
Oh, okay. Charlie Kirk admitted he was Jewish and he converted to Catholicism.
I heard yesterday that he was not I don't know. There's too much of this weird talk going on. Oh, boy. Wake up and call me back. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Conservative Doug.
Hey, Doug.
You know, I wanted to say something about Open Canada. Man, I just heard when you had that Love guy on ABC, I think. I can't believe that they would put somebody like that. And I'm wondering if he would be just saying the same thing if his mate was a real woman. I think maybe he was trying to promote. You know,
most murders that are done over sex or money. So, you know, and so most murders have, well, not most, but a lot of the murders have some type of romantic problem that causes the problem. I've never heard someone describe something like this as a romance. But Montel Williams is worse. Montel Williams is saying that the assassin, it was self-defense. He was protecting his transgendered lover from Charlie Kirk. That's what Montel Williams said. What the heck?
Montel, I didn't think Montel was still around, but I haven't heard him in a long time. And don't want to hear him ever
if he was auditioning on CNN, good luck. I mean, they're gonna. Even the liberals on the CNN panel were like, "What?"
Yeah. Anyway, I want to mention the open carry. I talked to somebody. He's a liberal, hates guns. He says, "Oh, guns. The only thing good for a gun is they're made to kill." I says, "No, they're made to protect you. You're supposed to use it for protection. What's wrong with it? Or what are you going to say?" I said, "Let me ask you a question. What would happen if somebody wants to rob somebody but he sees somebody with a gun? You think he's going to bother that person?"
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't answer the question.
Yeah.
Wouldn't answer the question. What does he say? What are you going to say when they have the open carry and people start shooting each other that shouldn't be shooting it? I said that's probably never going to happen.
Most states have it already. It's in the majority of states, I believe, already, or at least a huge chunk. And I haven't heard over the years stories where it led to bad things too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Most of the gun violence is due to people that illegally own the guns.
There you go. Exactly. You know, that these people who have this thing against guns, no matter what you say, no matter what happens, if the crime goes down, because they'll still say.
Are you gonna start carrying open? You gonna do open carry?
I'm considering that. Yes, I think I will. I have a couple of guns.
I'm going to. I haven't seen anybody do it yet, and so I'm going to wait till I start seeing people do it before I do. You know what I mean? But it's not officially okay until next week. So yeah.
We'll soon find out. Yeah, exactly. I'm waiting to see what everybody. I don't want to be the only one winning.
Exactly.
And then everybody tells you.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't know. If they don't follow the news, they don't know. So the people will be freaked out. But you'll be able to. You can carry rifles on your shoulder with a shoulder strap. Everything. It's going to be a new Florida. It's going to be a new Florida.
Man, well, I'm certainly hoping it's going to help and not hurt anybody. That's for sure.
All right, Doug. I got to run, but thanks for the call. If you're on hold, stand by. I want to talk about Jupiter Joe Thomas, and we talk a lot. I'm just amazed about how annuities work. Your money's never at risk, and you've got an income stream for the rest of your life. Whew, great deal. And I talk a lot that Joe Thomas offers free consultations, which you can take advantage of in person or on the phone or Zoom if you're out of town, out of state. But if you're local and you want to go in person, you're welcome to do that. But I just want to tell you the value that you're getting with the free consultation that Jupiter Joe Thomas is offering. He has over 30 years of experience with retirement planning, okay? So you've got, over 3 decades of experience. But listen to this. Joe Thomas is a 5-time qualifying member of the $1 Million Roundtable, which is achieved by less than 1% of all the financial advisors in the world. So he's a top man in the industry, and he's offering you a free consultation. After that consultation, Joe Thomas will put together a custom proposal just for you that's based on your situation, your goals, what you want. All right? Give him a call and set that up. 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. That's 561-743-0999. And if you missed the number, go to his website, jupiterjoe.com. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll take a quick break and be right back. All right, we're clear. I'll take some calls during the radio station break. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, sir, it's Zach from Colorado.
Hey, what's up, Colorado?
Hey, so I'm listening on YouTube. Kind of excited for you guys in Florida to get the open carry. But I will tell you, I'm a law enforcement officer out here in Colorado, and Colorado has had open carry for quite a while now. The problem that I've seen out here is many counties and municipalities can preempt that and make it illegal. In fact, City County of Denver made it a felony to open carry in Denver. Mm-hmm. So you run into issues where you can't carry everywhere.
That's correct.
As a firearms instructor on the side, that I definitely would like to see people with some type of retention holster, because as an officer, having a weapon on your hip can make you a target for that criminal element that you are carrying the weapon to protect yourself against. And I have had issues where unsavory individuals would grab the firearm of the citizen.
Oh yeah, there's an uncle of
problem.
mine. An uncle of mine was a canine officer, and I remember he was telling me about one incident he had where he was in a struggle with a guy who was going for his sidearm, and his dog saved him, from doing it. But yeah, it can be dangerous. It can be dangerous, and I think the biggest danger people have is they're not going to be properly educated. So like they'll go into a business with a gun on. The business will tell them, we don't allow guns here. And they'll say, well, I got the right. They call the police, and now they got a felony trespass because they're trespassing and they got a gun. So there's a lot of things people got to know about, that before they carry.
Yeah, absolutely. And as an officer, I have people out here in Colorado who call in 911. I get dispatched to a man with a gun. Well, that man had a gun in his holster, and he was putting gas in his car
my goodness.
The come and go. But it's still something that I, as an officer, I need to service.
Well, that's a good point. Listen, I gotta run. I'm up against the clock, but I appreciate the intel, officer. All right.
Yeah, go for it. Have a good day.
All right, take care. All right, we're coming back from the radio break in 10 seconds. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. We'll go back to the phones. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. It's Sherry in Texas. How you doing this morning?
All right. What's on your mind?
Hey, I was just going to mention, here in Texas, it's open carry. And I've had so many people ask, well, do you pack in your purse? No, I don't carry my gun in my purse. I mean, someone steals your purse, guess what? They've got control of your firearm, right?
That's right.
So I went out and I purchased a silicone for my firearm. And there's no clip or anything. You can take that silicone pocket holster, you can place it in the front of your pants, the side, the back, your bra, wherever, and it literally sticks to your skin, does not move. And it is like one of the best holsters I think I've ever purchased. Mm-hmm. And I don't like open carry. I don't like my firearm to be viewed, especially with how crazy these lefties have become.
I'm going to tell you the main thing, the reason that I've been a supporter of open carry is not just because the Second Amendment, and I tell this to people a lot, and people think it's crazy, but it is so hot in Florida, I find it difficult to wear clothing to conceal properly. And, depending on a lot of cops are liberals, okay? Being a police officer is a government job, which attracts Democrats. And when you get some liberal jerk, okay, who's a cop, and he sees that bulge, all of a sudden he'll say, well, you're not concealed. Boom, you're busted. It's up to the discretion of the officer. And, like I've got my Vespa that I ride a lot, my MAGA scooter. And a couple of years ago, I made a YouTube video about this. I was stopped on the side of the road, and some guys pulled over to steal my scooter. It was not my Vespa, it was my first scooter, but and I was defenseless out there because I can't conceal when I'm riding it because the wind's blowing, my shirt blows up. Now, I'll have my sidearm with me when I do things like that. I'm not going to carry it all the time, but there are certain instances where, like when I'm riding my Vespa, that I'm going to carry.
Exactly. And the thing that I've always said is an armed society is a safe society, right? And so, there's, the preference of open carry. I like it. Having that choice out there, right? You can have the choice to open carry or conceal.
Well, the problem is, I'll tell you what a problem is, and maybe you agree with this. I've owned guns my whole life since I was 12. But here in Florida, sometimes I'll be at the gun store and I'll see some guy, he just moved to Florida from New York. He's never been able to have a gun before, right? Because they got all those crap rules up there. And what do? They buy the biggest, coolest looking gun that is so big. They don't know what they're doing, and so you get a lot of people that don't know about guns, They haven't used guns. They buy a gun because it looks cool or it's a cannon, you know, as opposed to me. My carry weapons are my 38, hammerless 38 ultralight, and my Glock 48, okay, because it's a thin Glock, you know. And, you know, but some guy that has a cannon, a lot of people don't know about guns and they're carrying them around. You know, that's the problem.
That's really unfortunate. And real quick, we were traveling, I don't know, a couple of years ago. We were going through Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, you know, all those states, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I was not aware of is if you are carrying a firearm, whether you've got a concealed weapons permit or not, when you cross the border of each state, you are entering new sections of law.
That's right.
Every state has every state has different laws.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And so we ended up getting one of those lock boxes that has a cable that you can wrap around like the leg of your seat in the car, and you just stick it in there as you're traveling across state to state. So that way, if you're pulled over, you're fine. You're not, you know, in the path of being held liable for, you know, carrying a firearm across into another state. And so, but I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's true. And even police officers, a lot of times, I've known people that are police officers, and they thought, well, I'm a police officer, I can drive across the country. No, you can't, because you're out of your jurisdiction. There's all kind. I wouldn't travel state to state with a gun. But you know what I was talking about, and this is, I'm sorry. There needs to be more education than ever here in the state of Florida now that we're moving into this new territory. There really needs to be.
Absolutely.
You know, and sometimes
Absolutely.
I don't go to gun ranges too much. And the reason I don't is like I went to the gun range. I taught my daughter how to shoot when she was 11 or 12. We go to the gun range. There's this dorky guy with this hot Latina date that he brought to the gun range, and they rented a fully automatic machine gun, and they're firing it.
Oh my God!
Down the range from us. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. She doesn't know what he's doing. He wants to make her think that he knows what he's doing because he's trying to get her in bed. And I left with my daughter. You know, the gun ranges, sometimes there's a lot of, I'm very pro Second Amendment and gun owner, but there's just not enough education with people when it comes to
you're not allowed to do rapid fire on a gun range anyway.
I wouldn't do it because you know how expensive that is. You go through rounds, so ammo's expensive.
Oh my God! Nowadays, yeah,
yeah, it is.
Very pricey. And you know what? Something people need to remember is it's a privilege to pack a gun in the United States.
Yeah.
And number two, if people would just carry a gun with common sense and look at a gun as whether it's loaded or unloaded, even if it's unloaded, you always handle a gun as if it's loaded.
That's
always.
Right. That's right.
It doesn't matter. And it's all about common sense. So that's what I just wanted to share, Brian.
Yeah, but
Thank
a lot
you so
of,
much.
I appreciate the call. All right, take care. Yeah, and if any of you have seen that video of me after these guys tried to jack me, you know, I had, before my Vespa, I had this cheap scooter that because I didn't know I'd want one. So I got a cheap one. I was riding around for a while. And this was in Boca. And I was kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and these guys came over. They came over to jack me and take my they thought it was a Vespa. It wasn't. Vespas are expensive. And I was unarmed. All I had was my keys, and I put my key between my fingers. And then they tried to surround me, and one of them was going to lose an eye. Right? Now I was on the phone. I was on the phone with my wife. And when they pulled up, and I told my wife, I said, I'm going to get robbed. I said, can you see where I'm at? I said, if something goes wrong, call the police, look at the geo, and let them know where I am. These guys are about to rob me. And I was able to back away and let them think I was on the phone with the tow truck driver down the street, and they took off. If I had open carry, I would have my weapon, and I would have backed off and shown the weapon in the holster. I wouldn't have taken it out, and they would have left. But that was a very scary moment for me, and I was going to go down with my key in somebody's eye, but I shouldn't have to defend myself with the key. Do you know what I mean? So no, I've wanted this for years, mainly because of the Florida weather. It's difficult to conceal, and a lot of guys that ride motorcycles carry, right? And it's a big problem because they're going down the road, they're going down I-95 or the turnpike. It's windy, their shirt blows up, and all of a sudden they're not concealed anymore. And so much of that is up to the discretion of the officer that you can really get jammed up if you got some jerk. All right. Okay. If you're on hold, stand by. Let me tell you guys about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. There was a guy, in fact, Mike, we should take this and make this into a commercial. There was a guy that called on yesterday's show. I think it was in the last hour. And I meant to pull this off after the show yesterday, and it passed my mind. He saw me at Wings Plus on Inauguration Day, and then he saw me on YouTube yesterday. First time he had seen me. He listened to me. First time he had seen me since when, and he was telling, you have lost a lot of weight. I sure did, over 35 pounds, thanks to Coastal Weight Loss Secret. And again, remember, without exercise, without any prescription medication, shots, eating foods I would normally eat, and without starving myself, okay? And if you're looking to lose weight and keep it off for good like I've done, call Coastal Weight Loss Secret. You know, with Coastal Weight Loss Secret, you can lose up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. I lost about 1 pound a day. So give them a call and schedule your free consultation. Here's the number, 561-247-6300, 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. We'll be right back. All right, we're clear. I'll take some calls here during the break. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, it's Renee from Harlem.
Hey, Renee, what's up?
I'm all right. Just noticing that I always knew you were a Bernard Getz type of guy, and you're a follower of Zimmerman. I know you are.
No, I'm not.
You're following the same line of thinking.
No, I'm not. In fact, during that whole George Zimmerman Trayvon thing, people got very upset with me because I was very much opposed to what he did, and I was hoping for his conviction. Sorry, I don't fit your stereotype.
But your actions don't say that. You've been trying to pin that what's his name, Charlie Kirk guy on black people. You're following the same line of thinking. You're doing the same thing. Now, what my opinion is, the NRA should be going out to make sure that black people are armed, because you're the danger. The most violent people in this country are white men. That's a fact. So it should be mandatory that black people are armed and prepared against you people, because you're the ones that are dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you notice, as much as you try to dominate sports and everything and everything else.
You see me dominating sports? Are you kidding me? I don't even play golf.
I'm talking about white people.
Oh.
The point is that whenever we are allowed to compete equitably, we dominate. There's not one aspect or category.
What do you dominate in? What sport do you dominate in? What sport have you dominated in?
Every sport.
You personally. What sport do you dominate in?
Well,
you're not athletic?
So the sport that I was good at was basketball.
Basketball, okay.
Paddleball, baseball,
football. Pickleball. You good at pickleball?
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah,
you probably are though.
What's that thing with the birdie that people play with the tennis rackets? What's that called?
Badminton.
Badminton. How are you at badminton?
I used to play with my cousin.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. I didn't think much of it. What was what's the game with the paddle? Not paddleball. No, paddleball I was really good at.
I'm great at Miss Pac-Man. I can beat you at Miss Pac-Man, I bet.
At what?
Miss Pac-Man.
Miss Pac-Man? No, I didn't do that. Video games? I didn't do video games.
Yeah, Pac-Man. I got that. Yeah, I'll beat you at Pac-Man.
Games. I didn't do video games.
Yeah.
I was in games where you have to move your body and.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I know you like to move your body. I know. I can tell. All right.
Athletics.
Yeah, I know. You sound very athletic to me. Very athletic. Yes.
Pac-Man is not very athletic.
Sure it is.
You probably are.
Sure it is. You get a good hand, wrist, and arm. Very good for the arm and the hand and the wrist. All right, take care. Appreciate the call. Oh, my goodness. All right, we're going to be back in just a second. Oh, boy. What a strange day today is. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? All right, you're out. Okay, let's see. Who's next? Let me answer all these lines that are coming in. Okay, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Oh, hold on. Phones are ringing off the hook. All right, sorry about that. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Yeah, good morning. It's Richie.
Oh, hey, Richie.
Yeah, I think Renee from Harlem just outed himself when he just talked to you. He's actually sounded like a normal human being. At the end, I think he just triggers. I think he just tries to trigger everybody. I don't think he really believes the crap that comes out of his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you the truth. If he does believe that, he's got to be the most ignorant human being that walked the face of the earth. And I don't think he's that way. I heard
most
the end
ignorant?
of that conversation. He actually,
No, he's not the most ignorant.
well, one of the most ignorant.
Yes.
Listen, I want to say something to you about this open carry.
Uh-huh.
I'm a believer in the Second Amendment, but I got to tell you my particular feelings. You know what I did for 32 and a half years? I had a lot of crazy people walking up and down these public transportation. I also see in the malls. I go to a mall today with what's going on. My eyes are all over the place. I think what this is going to do is this is going to make Amazon a lot of money, because I think a lot of people like me are going to see a lot of crazy people out there not knowing, and they got the gun on their hip, not knowing if they're nut or not. And I just don't, listen, I'm all for protecting yourself.
Well, my recollection is, now I haven't, because listen, I have concealed carry, but not out and about, right? But my understanding is the malls, for the most part, don't allow even concealed weapons. So, if you're on private property and they don't allow it, you can't carry.
But what I don't see won't bother me. But when I see, for example, people walking around with guns on their hip, I'll be thinking to myself, is this guy crazy? What happens if this guy snaps? What happens if this woman snaps?
Yeah.
I just.
Well, you know what's going to be crazy, Richie, is people can carry rifles over their shoulder. So there's going to be guys walking around with AR-15s.
Yeah, and what about the real criminals that are not supposed to carry, but they're going to be carrying, and they're going to blend in with everybody else?
Yeah.
Come on. This is. I'm
excited.
It's going to make me uncomfortable.
I'm excited. I've been wanting this for my whole life.
I can understand that.
But I'm a big gun person, and I've grown up with guns, and I've always had them.
Here's the deal with the gun person like you, and I'm for the Second Amendment. Don't get me wrong, but I'm going to tell you something. It's a lot different when you're pumping those bullets out in the opposite direction. But when they're coming back at you, it changes the whole ball game. And that's what not for nothing. Everybody likes to talk about how they're shooting at targets, but with that target's not shooting back at you. I think this is a totally crazy thing.
Listen, there's some problems in that there's a lot of George Zimmerman types out there that are, and those are the ones you got to worry about. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, but anyway, and I want to say something about Ben Shapiro. May I say this?
Yes.
I feel, and I disagree with you here. I feel that you said I'm giving my professional opinion. It is an opinion. I respect your opinion. But you're looking into everything, like when he said to take over that bloody mic, to carry on that bloody mic. I think the movement, he's talking more about the movement that he's talking about actually taking over Turning Point.
All right, let me before you comment, because I talked about that a couple hours ago, let me just, for people that weren't listening then, tell people what's going on. I talked about on the show Friday that there were two famous conservative influencers who were angling the takeover Turning Point. And I didn't tell you who they were. One of them was Ben Shapiro. He outed himself over the weekend. The other one, whose name I've not mentioned, has kind of backed off. Okay? Ben Shapiro, he said over the weekend he was going to pick up the bloodstained mic of Charlie Kirk and take over with the college campus tour. And that's pretty...
he's one of many that are going to do that.
Yeah, but he actually used those words. And, you know, the Daily Wire has been in a big trouble since Candace Owens and then Brett Cooper, and he sees this as an opportunity. Yesterday, Ben Shapiro was a guest with a couple of his guys on the Charlie Kirk show, and he donated $1 million to Turning Point USA yesterday. And I believe he donated the money really to become a guest on the show and get the platform and publicity.
See, I don't.
And he's trying to buy his way
into
Turning Point.
See, that's where we differ. I think you're thinking. I think you look at. You already said you don't like Ben Shapiro.
No, I don't.
I accept that. I accept that.
I agree with him on Israel, though.
Yeah, but do you know that Charlie? I sent you a video this morning. I hope you look at it after the show. Charlie Kirk was a fan of Ben Shapiro. He looked up to Ben Shapiro, and you know. So I think that Ben Shapiro might have had a relationship we don't know about. The $1 million, I think, was a generous gift, and I don't think it was anything more. I'm not looking into. There's got to be a reason he gave it, other than the fact that he feels sorry.
There doesn't have to be a reason, but there was one. He was. It was.
You think so?
That's why. Why do you think he was a guest on the show yesterday with his guy? It's not that I think so.
It's an honor to be a guest on his show.
Hold on a second. It's not that I think so. I know how this business works. You know, watch your local news. How many stories do you see that are really infomercials about a moving company or someone that's teaching swimming? You know, the news is for sale, and you can you can buy yourself on the news. And he bought himself a guest shot with a couple of his guys on the Charlie Kirk show. That was his intention. I'm not faulting Turning Point for taking the money, but that's what it was. He wouldn't have been on the show yesterday without the donation. I don't think, and that's my professional opinion, knowing how this business works.
Oh, I know advertising, and I know I'm not trying to tell you that I know what your line of business, because I don't. But I sometimes I'm looking also that in other words, the way you're thinking, every day somebody else to get on that show is going to have to donate money. Or
some of them will, sure. Some of them will. Yes, that was you know. There's someone, you know, you can buy your way onto the news. You can buy your way onto the news, and I see it all the time.
I know that.
Sadly, I can't. I don't have the budget to buy my way onto the national news. I don't have $1 million to donate.
Let me say this real quick. Can I say it? It's a little off topic. That hearing yesterday with Schiff.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I've never seen any ending like that in my life.
I'm going to play that later. I'm going to. I got that queued up.
Patel has got. Oh my God, that was the greatest. That was like better than any Muhammad Ali fight I ever seen. He's not going to take his garbage.
It was
unbelievable.
You know, the Kash Patel hearing. It was the first time I've seen somebody from any of the administration stand up to these grandstanders.
And tell them off. And Cory Booker, the same thing. And that the one from Hawaii, that dummy, the dumbest woman in Washington, D.C.
Arona, what's her name? Whatever her name is.
Yeah, he got on her too. I mean, I love it. I love somebody fighting back.
See, you know what happened? You know what happened with Cory Booker? Yeah, we'll never speak again. You're going to be fine. And then Trump came out and praised Kash Patel. Cory Booker secured Kash Patel's position. If it was insecure.
He's grandstanding. That's what he does. Cory Booker is just a showboat. Everything.
He's a joke.
Everything. The guy with the crying, but when he cries, he does all the emotional things. He's a girly man. I'm sorry. Have a great day.
All right. Take care. Now, I want to talk about the Sloman Shield link. This is a new thing, and it's super cool. Listen to this. The Sloman Shield link takes your everyday routines at home and sets everything up in your house based on your preferences. Listen to this. The Sloman Shield link, it connects to all the devices based on your actions. So when you come home, your TV, your computer, your lights, your AC, it's all on right where you want it. The Shield link can change everything in your house based on what you want. As an example, you can set up the Sloman Shield link to turn your thermostat down when you turn your alarm on and you leave the house. to automatically lock your doors, turn on your security lighting when it's supposed to go on. All these things are real easy. And get this, the Sloman Shield link connects to all the devices you already have in your home, so you don't have to buy new stuff. Give them a call. Sloman's includes installation for all your devices. They have 24/7 support. 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. That's 833-283-5050. We'll be right back. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian. Good morning. I have a question. Wasn't Vice President Vance that hosted Turning Point show yesterday?
Day before yesterday was JD, Monday.
Oh.
He hosted it
so
Monday.
what we were watching yesterday was like a replay or something. Oh, got it. I didn't know. So I haven't seen Ben Shapiro. I agree with you with Ben Shapiro. I don't think he will be the right fit to handle or to even be the follow-up representation of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk had, he was a Christian, and everywhere he went, he spread the word, and he talked about Jesus. And when things were getting a little bit out of hand with, the students at campus or any discussion or anything, Charlie Kirk will bring up his beliefs, bring up his, word of the Bible, and he will calm things down every time he did that. Okay, but Ben Shapiro does not have that. No. I understand that he's great at speaking, but he comes out a little bit too
he's not likable. He's not likable.
He's not likable. I wouldn't say the word hated. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not saying hated, but he's not. I agree with him 100% on Israel. Let's be very clear. But he's not a likable personality.
Me too.
He's not a likable personality.
Me too.
I
agree with him on. Yeah, I agree with him on Israel. I just don't think that he had what Charlie Kirk had, which was compassion, empathy. Charlie Kirk had all of that, and I think that's why he was able to bring so many people on the table to speak with him, you know? So I don't think that Ben Shapiro has that. And when it comes to the yesterday Booker and Kash Patel, I was upset at Kash Patel. You know that I talked to you about that last week. But seeing Kash Patel, the way that he, confronted this crazy liberals yesterday, I'm proud of him. I'm proud of what he did
great.
Yesterday.
He was not taking any of their crap, and it was very nice. I've never seen an official from any presidential administration do what he did yesterday, Kash Patel.
Yeah, he didn't take any punches. He was the one punching out. I can't believe that Booker thinks, to me, he's like a Temu Obama. He wants to be Obama so bad, you know?
Well,
and
Cory Booker, somebody had convinced Cory Booker that Trump was going to fire Kash Patel. So he did that so he could be like the predictor, so he could take credit for it. That's what he was trying to do.
Yeah, I know. I know. But anyway, let me let you go. I do want to see Charlie Kirk's wife take over Turning Point.
That's not going to happen. She's going to be she'll be like a figurehead front person, but the Trump organization's taking it. If you listen to J.D. Vance at the last couple segments of the show, and then the president mentioned something about it in his press conference in the Oval on Monday. The Trump organization's taking that over. Listen, I got to run. We're coming back from the... All right, stand by. Okay. All right, now, if you're on hold, hang in there. We're coming back from our break in about 15 seconds. We're in a radio station break right now. If you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my other stream on YouTube, which there's a direct link in the description, you can see and hear all the video and things that I play. All right, here we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Chase from East Tennessee.
All right. What's up, Chase?
Well, I've got a couple questions. I'm watching you live right now, and I've been watching for probably the past hour and a half. I guess I've got a genuine question about this open carry, about divisiveness. why is it a good idea for us to have open carry?
Because I'll tell you
the
why.
With the divisive state of our country.
Well, the country's always been divided. This is not new, right? But
it's been divided by our politicians, not by the people.
The country's been divided since before it was a country. There's always been disagreements and things. The reason I support it is because the Second Amendment, the Second Amendment, right? The Second Amendment of the United States Constitution gives us the right to bear arms. That's why
we may have the right to bear arms, but why do we have the right to carry an assault rifle around? Why do we have the right to carry a shotgun around? Why do we have the right?
I don't even know what you mean by assault rifle. What's an assault rifle?
An AR-15. Let's
That's
go
not an assault rifle.
An AR-15.
Not an assault rifle.
Okay,
in fact,
a type of automatic weapon that the military would use.
You can't carry. No, you can't carry automatic weapons. You can't carry automatic weapons.
So
AR-15s are not automatic.
So these videos that people post in Florida, where they go fishing and they're carrying an automatic rifle, and
hunting and fishing is different. No, excuse me. For a fully automatic, you cannot carry fully automatic weapons. To own one, you have to have a special license. There are certain rare exceptions where you can shoot them. And they require very special licensing in different places. You cannot walk around with an automatic weapon. See, most people that are for gun control are like you. You don't know anything about guns. You thought an AR-15 was an automatic weapon.
I'm actually not for gun control. I'm for common sense law.
Common sense. Yeah. Well, before you have some common sense, you got to have some knowledge. And you don't know you thought an AR-15 was a fully automatic weapon. It's not. You have very limited knowledge. That's sketch at best.
Okay, so maybe I do. Maybe I need to be educated.
I would not want people.
Rather than talking about someone's inability to understand something.
Well,
why don't we
you have strong opinions.
Than creating a divisive topic?
You have strong opinions about something you don't really know about.
Okay, and I'm trying to sit and talk about it. So rather than treating conversation as if somebody is uneducated, making them feel less than, why don't we have a conversation on education?
I have educated you. I've educated you on some things. You're just don't like the way that I teach. I agree with you. Fully automatic weapons, that'd be crazy. Although, if you have a fully automatic weapon, it's even in combat. Like if you went to the Army, right, or the Marines, and they're in combat, they don't really go fully automatic because you burn through all the ammo so quick. You got seconds of ammo. That most of even in those scenarios, they go semi-auto most of the time. But no, fully automatic weapons you will not be able to carry. Semi-auto is different.
That's correct. I understand.
Do you know the difference between a semi-auto? Do you know the difference? Do you know the difference? Hold on.
Rather than us running on a cherry-picked topic, I'm going to go ahead and go back to where I started.
You brought it up.
Yes, I did. But I also brought in the fact that it was something being brought up during a time where our country is extremely divided. So going back to that divisive topic, which is kind of where I was really meaning to go. Why does it seem like a good idea to bring open carry into a country that is extremely divided? That does not seem safe or smart.
Okay. Now, and I told you the country's always been divided, much more than today. But can you tell me the last time you saw a story of a police station or gun shop being robbed by armed robbers?
Yes, actually I can.
A gun store?
Happened probably about 2 or 3 months ago. Here in East Tennessee.
Hold on a second. No. Hold on a second. A gun, not one that's closed after hours. I'm talking about one that was open for business. It got robbed.
Oh well, I'm not sure if they were open during business.
Okay.
If it was after hours.
Okay. So why do you think you don't get an armed robbery at a gun store during business hours? Why do you think?
Okay, well, that's going to give you a common sense answer that's going to go towards your narrative.
Well, it's because everybody's packing. If you go to a gun shop, they're wearing guns on their hip, right?
Correct.
What about a police station? Why do people not go to?
How many people do you want? How many people do you think were actually loaded and packing at the Charlie Kirk event or at these other church events or at these other schools, and they did nothing, they did nothing with their firearms?
Not many. At the Charlie Kirk event, they had 4 to 6 police officers.
Well, you said not many. That's not any at all. That still means that there were some people who were open carrying, and it did no good for the situation.
Correct. There were police officers who were open carrying. Yeah, you're not going to stop everybody.
You yourself do not know 100% that there was only police officers carrying.
Well,
so,
I would imagine imagine Charlie Kirk's security team too.
Okay, and they were carrying, and it didn't help him still.
But they were far, far away with handguns with a guy that had a long rifle who was perched in a gun nest somewhere. That's a whole different scenario.
Exactly my point.
The point I was bringing up to you about the gun stores.
You just made a very good point. You just made a very good point.
Excuse me, I'm
open carry argument. The open carry argument does not help.
You cannot
open at all. You've been talking over me this entire time.
You cannot open carry at a school. Okay, unless you're a police officer. Okay, and there were police officers there. So at schools you can't open carry unless you're a police officer, and there were only a handful of police officers.
Okay,
far
so
away.
all of these schools that had the SRO officers there who had firearms on them, who had stuff that happened at those schools where children died. Why weren't those firearms helpful in that situation?
In some instances they have been. You know, unfortunately at
But they weren't. But they weren't. You said in some instances.
If you're not going to let me speak, we're not going to converse, okay? Okay, you back with us? Okay, hold on. I put him on hold. Okay,
you
slow
shut it
down
down
for a
because
second.
you didn't like where the conversation
No, you
was
won't
going.
stop talking to let me get a sentence out. I want to talk to you, but you got to stop interrupting
And
You've got to stop interrupting after. No, you've got to stop interrupting after every syllable so I can get a thought out. Okay. There are situations when you talk about you're talking about mass shooting events at schools. Schools are gun-free zones except for police officers. Okay. And at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, for example, which is here not far from where I live in South Florida, I drove by that school every day to and from the studio we used to broadcast from at the time. They had one police officer, and he went and hid. Okay, and he was cowardly. He didn't use his weapon. However, some police officers did go in with their guns. And, you know, at Columbine, a police officer gave his life defending those students. Okay? Typically, the mass shooters go to places that are gun-free zones. That's why there's so many at schools. You can't carry a gun. Even if you're like me, we have open carry in Florida, you can't take a gun to a school with open carry. It's against the law. So most of these evildoers that we're talking about go to gun-free zones where, you know, like a school. But if you go to, you know, when you talk about us having open carry, we're not talking about assassins that are in gun nests perched on roofs hiding. We're talking about instances when, you know, you get jacked in a parking lot or something, and a gun is a deterrent. There was a book written long ago called More Guns, Less Crime. People like to target the helpless and unarmed. That's why mass shoot. Like, I'll give you an example. There was a mass shooting in Orlando, Florida, at the gay club years ago. Do you remember this? It was a gay. It
was very, very unfortunate.
Absolutely, but that was not his first target. Before that, he went to Disney World. He was going to do a mass shooting event at Walt Disney World, Disney Springs, and he got there, and there was a.
Do you know why he was? Do you know why he was going to do that? And I'm bringing this back.
It doesn't matter why he was going to do it.
Do you know why
he went to Disney.
It does matter.
He went
the
to
division
Disney.
Side
Excuse
of
me,
everything.
I'm speaking. He went to Disney Springs, and they had a concert there that night at the House of Blues. There was a large police presence. He saw the guys with guns. He got in his car, and he went to a place where they didn't have guns, a bar, where there was no one to shoot back. So these mass shooter events like to go to places where there's nobody there to shoot back because guns are not allowed there. They don't like to go to places where people are armed and can shoot back. They're cowards.
Right, you're correct. Now, given the fact that we talked about this, where does that divisive rhetoric come from that creates this animosity in people to go and do these things?
People are always pissed off. It's always been that way.
No. There's a very.
When was there a time in America? When in America was there not difference of opinion and division? It's always been that way.
The difference in opinion and division is started and created by politics and politicians. That's where I'm trying to take this and go. No one is listening to the people. No one is listening to us. The politicians are only favoring their base, which is the rich people and the NRA. And it's not only Republicans. It's not only Democrats. It's on both sides.
No, like here,
so the problem that I'm trying to push here,
go ahead.
The argument that I'm trying to say is that all of this division, it is being pushed and is being thwarted and continued by politicians who are trying to pick and play sides. We would not continue to have the problems that we have with gun violence and all this stuff if our politicians would stop dividing people. It's not about
then I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Listen, I gotta run for a break. But I'll tell you what. You put a sign in the front window of your house that says this is a gun-free home. Okay, and you can do that. My house is armed.
I got 3 guns in my house.
Okay. So you like guns?
I'm not stupid.
Listen, I'm out of time for the hour, but thanks for the call. Call me again sometime.
I do not like guns, but
he owns 3. I bet. All right, we're going to take our break for the top of the hour. It's the Steve Kane Show. I'm Brian Craig. Third hour up next. Oh boy. If you want to call in, please do. The number is pinned in the live chat. All right. Now I'm going to, hold on. Okay, I'm going to queue a couple things up for after the top of the hour. Hold on. Okay. Now we're going to be back quick. We're going to be back in just over a minute. So if you're on hold, stand by. I'll take calls after the break. One minute, we'll be back. All right, so I don't want to take a quick call and have to cut them off. So we'll go to the phones when we get back. If you're on hold, stand by. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat, okay? And it's toll-free no matter where you're located. If you're watching on the live stream that has the green behind me, if you go to my main stream where the main stream and the chat is, you can see and hear all the audio and video that I play. And there's a direct link in the description of the video that'll take you to the main stream. All right, here we go. We got about 20 seconds. All right, the third hour has begun. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Richmond Springs.
Speak up. You're on the air.
Richmond Coral Springs. Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
The politicians are the people. So when he's talking about politicians separating the people, the politicians are the people.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah. And, unfortunately, I was up against the break with that guy. At the very end, he dropped he owns not 1, not 2, but 3 guns, but he didn't know the difference between a semi-auto and an automatic weapon. If he really owns 3 guns, he should sell them back because he's not knowledgeable enough to be a gun owner.
I agree with you on that, Brian.
What do you think, though, now that we have open carry in Florida, what do you think about that?
I think it should be a lot safer. I think it's a great idea, and I'm all for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. All right, take care. Good to hear from you. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is Pete from Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, Pete.
Yeah, I've got a thing to say about the Charlie Kirk replacement or something like that. But first, I was going to ask you, do you have an update on when you're back on the radio and what?
Well, we're still on the radio, but we're adding a new signal down in your area, and it'll be announced soon.
I can't pick you up.
I can't tell you the signal yet, but we'll be on a new station in your area any day.
Well, I can't pick you up on 96.9. You know, I don't know why, but I can't.
Because on that signal, we're switching to another signal, and I'm not allowed to tell you the signal yet, but it'll be soon.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. But the other thing is, do you know the girl? I can't think of her name. I've been trying to think of it while I've been sitting here listening to you or watching you on YouTube. And you know the girl that goes around and interviews these people, and she's very Charlie Kirk-like. She's a young lady, and she's not intimidated.
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember her name. She's the one that carried the rifle to college. Was it Kent State or something?
Yeah. But I don't know. I kind of like her. She reminds me more of Charlie Kirk than anybody else I can sit here and think of. I tell you.
Yeah, she's pretty good. I know who you're talking. I don't remember her name, but she's good. Yeah.
Well, keep up the good work, my friend.
Yeah, keep listening. Well, when we pick, we're still on the radio. We're on a bunch of stations, but that new station in your area, we'll announce it soon. I know the dial position. I just can't tell you yet.
I sat on my truck yesterday and I went through and I couldn't pick you up.
Well, I'll tell you, the new station we're adding, we're going to have the biggest signal that this program has ever had.
Well, I hope so, because if I have to go to the VA in Miami, I lose you just about the time I get in Miami.
Oh, okay. Well, we're on a station in Miami, too. All right, appreciate the call. We'll announce it soon. All right, take one more call or two, and then I got to get in do some recapping. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Mike, and I called earlier, and you were pretty rude to me, man. You cut me off, so I don't know why you did that.
I don't even remember the call.
I got to say this.
I don't remember the call. What were we talking about?
The shoving match.
About the what?
You didn't even want to hear me out.
It was about the what?
Honestly, I think you got Napoleon complex or something. You're rude to everybody. Have a good day.
Well, now you're hanging up on me. I guess you're the rude one. If hanging up is rude, well, why are you hanging up? Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy. All right. So let's get into this, okay? If you're just tuning in, I open with this. And what's going on, a week ago today, this unhinged Democrat assassinated Charlie Kirk. And there's a few things that are going on here that I want to cover. One's from the right and one's from the left. And I'm going to do what's going on with the conservatives first, and then we'll get into the liberals. Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro are all trying to work an angle on what's going on in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk. And there, that old saying, dead men tell no tales. So there's a lot of things that are being said, and people are saying that Charlie Kirk said this and said that, but Charlie Kirk's not here to refute it. And yesterday we were talking about Candace Owens. Candace Owens had talked about how Charlie Kirk was threatened, and implying he was threatened by Israel, and something to do with some big payoff. And he was going to publicly share his true feelings about Israel, which was take a position in favor of the Palestinians against Israel. Candace Owens said this, and nothing could be further from the truth. She claims to have text messages and such. And everyone that was in this meeting that she keeps referencing has said it is 100% false. Okay, everyone. And there were several people inside this room that Candace wasn't in that have all said everything she said is just a lie. And then yesterday, Tucker Carlson said a couple things. Listen, this is Tucker yesterday. Okay. Now, that's the first part of what Tucker said, and I'll get to the second part in a second. Whether or not that's true, we'll never know because Charlie Kirk's not here. Tucker Carlson is a big celebrity and big draw, and he speaks at a lot of the Turning Point events. And I've seen him speak at a Turning Point event, and he's very electric and very popular, Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson has taken a position against Israel, and there are a lot of people that were former supporters of his that don't like him, want nothing to do with him now. So that's true. And there's a lot of pro-Israel and Jews that don't like Tucker anymore because of things he's done, guests he's had, things he said. Now, this conversation with Charlie Kirk, where, and again, we're never going to know because Charlie's not here, but there's some possibilities here. So Tucker Carlson is saying that Charlie Kirk told him that he lost a $2 million donation because he announced he's going to be speaking at his Turning Point events. You know, people that speak at these events, there's a speaking circuit, and people get paid to do it. Not only do they get paid, there's expenses that are covered for them going there and everything. Now, I don't know, none of us know, what financial arrangement Tucker has with Turning Point. Whether he gets paid, how much, they fly him in, what class, how all that works. And it's very possible that Charlie Kirk told him that to stop Tucker from wanting to get paid more money or a lot of money or any money to come to the event. Hey, man, I really want you. I just lost $2 million to have you here. You know what I mean? So, you know, this is another thing too. And I have known so many people that are media people and broadcasters over the years. A lot of broadcasters, a lot of media people define their success based on how many people hate them. And I've seen this so many times with people. A lot of people, I mean, I've got haters, I've got lovers, okay? You hear the calls. But a lot of people, they tell themselves that if people hate me, that means I'm doing things, saying things, reporting things, talking about things that they don't want me to talk about. And it gives them credibility. So it's very possible that if the story's true, that Charlie Kirk told that to Tucker, that it was a negotiating tactic with Tucker to get him to come to an event, get him to do it for little or no money, or less money, or part of a negotiating tactic. And it also feeds his ego that people hate him, right? And if he lost a big donor, he probably gained some of people that want to come and support Tucker. So to me, it seems more like a business negotiation and an ego stroke than reality. But anyway, okay, so then Tucker goes on. If you're on hold, hang in there. Then Tucker goes on. Yeah, I'm sure he didn't notice. Okay, so now, now we've got Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens in different ways and different things talking about how Charlie Kirk disapproved of Israel, disapproved of Netanyahu, different degrees, different ways, but both sending the same message. And I don't think this is a coincidence that this happened on the same day, pretty much. Candace one day, the next day was Tucker, so it happened about a day apart. This is we don't know the secret dealings behind them. Maybe they just hate Jews and all this. Maybe, but see, the new media. Well, look, I looked at the clock. I got to take a break. I don't want to take this break late. It'll mess us up for the whole last hour. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll come back and share my thoughts on that. If you're on hold, stand by. If you'd like to call in, please do. The number's toll-free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. We'll be right back. I'm looking for some commercial copy that I need. Hold on. There's some commercial copy I can't find. Ugh. There it is. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show. Okay, the Steve Kane Show. Okay, here's the thing, just to finish my sentence I was in. I'm not going to recap it about Tucker. We talk about the fake news media, and what's happened in the past a lot is the traditional media has been overtaken by forces that have special interest. And now it's moved into the new media, because the new media, which we're part of here at some level, the new media is where people go for their news now. And what we're starting to see are the beginnings of the new media being influenced by money, just like the old media used to be. And the new media people aren't wasting their time spending money on the old media. And I wanted to share this with you. And if you're on hold, stand by, okay? The next part is about Ben Shapiro. Now, let me tell you, I am a strong supporter of Israel. I got to do this disclaimer because I don't want, I agree with Ben Shapiro when it comes to Israel 150%, okay? That doesn't mean I like him or support what he's doing. Ben Shapiro, over the weekend, dropped this. Oh, okay, hold on. I got to fast forward. I can't play. Some of that's got some profanity in it. Let's see here. Okay, I got to start it there. Okay, I had to fast forward. Okay, here's Ben Shapiro of the weekend. Oh, Sorry, got to hit the dump button, Mike. I didn't stop it in time. Hit the dump button, Mike. Okay. So, did you get it? Okay, if you're on hold, stand by while we wait for the delay to re-engage before I take calls. I didn't hit it quite in time. Okay. So, this in particular really rubbed me. Okay. This was over the weekend when he said, take the blood-stained mic. Okay. This really upset me because he did this over the weekend and it was in very, very bad taste. And I'll tell you a quick story and then I'll play the next part. I got 2 more clips of Ben Shapiro. See, there's a lot of people, a lot of vultures that are hovering around trying to get into, it's called clout chasing, inject themselves in the turning point or get Charlie Kirk's clout, some of it on them. Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, all doing this. When he said he was going to pick up the blood-soaked mic or whatever it was of Charlie's and continue the fight, it reminded me of Jesse Jackson. I'll tell you a quick story. Jesse Jackson, for those that remember, you know who he was. A terrible person. Terrible person. He had this shakedown operation. He worked in a low-level position for Martin Luther King. And he made millions of dollars in his life later on, threatening companies that if they didn't pay his Rainbow Coalition money, their payoff money, he had access to the national media. He would call them racist. He'd stage protest and da-da-da-da. So they paid. He had a low-level position with Martin Luther King. When Martin Luther King was assassinated, Jesse Jackson was not at the motel room, but he was at the motel. He was by the pool. And like anybody else, he ducked for cover and hid behind something by the swimming pool. And then after they took Martin Luther King's body away from the motel, this is a true story. It's been written about. You can look all this up. There was actually a book. I try to think of the name of the book. We had the author on, this was like 20 years ago. I can't remember the name of the book. I'll see if it pumps in my mind, I'll tell you. But you can look all this up online. After they took Martin Luther King's body away, Jesse Jackson went up to the balcony. And the balcony still had Martin Luther King's blood on it. He took off his shirt, soaked it in the blood of Martin Luther King, flew to New York City, and the next morning after the King assassination, he was on NBC's The Today Show wearing the Martin Luther King blood-soaked shirt that he had done by hand after the event and had claimed to be there and held him and all these things in his dying moments, and he used that to become nationally prominent. And he was a scumbag from then for the rest of his public career. And that's what Ben Shapiro, when he said the blood-stained mic, blood-soaked mic, that's what that reminded me of. That Jesse Jackson thing. Then, I've got 2 more clips of Ben. If you're on hold, hang in there. We'll get to this. Now, Monday, the great J.D. Vance, our vice president, who's going to be the second MAGA president, hosted the show, the Charlie Kirk show. And it looks like they're keeping the Charlie Kirk show in place. And I really like this. They're keeping the studio at the Charlie Kirk show, and where it's going to be a year from now, I don't know, but they're doing a rotating thing. So yesterday they got a guest host, and in studio is Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, and the other guy, Walsh. There's 3 Daily Wire guys there, including Ben Shapiro. And then this announcement is made on the Charlie Kirk show yesterday. This is the Charlie Kirk show yesterday. Okay, so keep listening. Listen, and I'll explain. Okay, so Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire are donated $1 million to Turning Point, which is not short of money these days. So Ben Shapiro, who's looking to take over the college debating aspect of Turning Point, was the $1 million donation an honest goodness from the heart donation, or was it to get on the Charlie Kirk show and get $5 million in free publicity from it? I think it was to get on the show. And Ben Shapiro, who's talking about, trying to inject himself and get involved in Turning Point because he's a famous guy and he figures he'll be the face. He's talking about we got to do what Charlie wanted, biblical viewpoints. It's the final clip. I want to play this clip. It's Ben Shapiro on the Joe Rogan show. And he's talking about Jesus, our Lord and Savior Jesus. Would Charlie Kirk want someone who said this having a prominent role at Turning Point USA? You tell me. The number 888-465-2631. Listen, this is Ben Shapiro. He says that, we got to stand, Charlie, we got to do what he wanted, biblical principles. This is Ben Shapiro on the Joe Rogan show talking about Jesus. Okay, so vocally and trivially denying Jesus, would Charlie Kirk want somebody who talks that way, thinks that way, feels that way, and tells millions of people this as a front person for Turning Point USA? You let me know. Our number is 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. If you're on hold, stand by. I want to talk about one of these great annuities from Jupiter Joe Thomas. This one here, when Joe Thomas told me about this particular annuity, I thought, this is absolutely amazing. When you're retired, well, this is true at any point in your life, but when health problems come, that can be so financially devastating to families, and it is. A lot of expenses come with health issues. And yeah, I know it can be tough. Listen to this. There's an annuity that includes, and Joe Thomas, when you call and take advantage of the no-charge free consultation, whether in person or on the phone or on Zoom, he'll explain all the details of this to you. But listen to this. This annuity includes an income doubler for unexpected health events. And if you're married, the annuity is going to be in your name and your spouse's name. And so if either one of you have these events, you get that income doubler. So as an example, if you got $2,000 a month coming in, it'd be $4,000 from the annuity. When it doubles it. That is absolutely amazing. Give Joe Thomas a call. I'm going to give you his number. If you miss the number, just get it from his website, jupiterjoe.com. It's right there at jupiterjoe.com. 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. That's 561-743-0999. We'll be right back. Hold on, guys. Hey, Barry, gotcha. Great. Okay, it'll be about 2 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna put you on hold. Stand by. Okay, guys, hold on. I got so much going on. The last half hour of the show is so freaking busy. Stand by, guys. Okay. Okay. There's a you can see I got like 10 things going on here, right? I'm by myself, so it gets really hectic the last 30 or 40 minutes of the show because there's like 10 things going on. We're going to be back in about 30 seconds. But if you saw my desk here, it's like a mess. I've got all this stuff I got to do. I got notes. I got copy. It's crazy. All right. If you're new, welcome. Make sure that you subscribe. All right, here we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show. We're going to check in with Attorney Barry Siegel from the Siegel Law Group. Attorney Barry Siegel, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Brian. How are you doing today?
I am well. What do you have for us this morning?
Well, this morning I wanted to talk about, the importance of planning. I mean, there's all kinds of planning that we need to do, but why do we plan? The reason is we need to have a plan so that we can maintain control of the things that are important in our lives. What happens if we don't have a plan? We could lose control. Yep. We could end up with bad results. And that's not good for you. That's not good for your spouse. That's not good for your children. And that's why we preach that it's so important to plan. And of course, what we do is we help people with their estate plans, making sure they leave a proper legacy, that they're protected during their lifetime from the cost of long-term care, that their children or whoever their beneficiaries are protected from losing the inheritance in a lawsuit, creditors, divorces, all kinds of things that people normally don't even think about because they haven't taken the time to really plan.
Yeah.
They think that drawing up a will, with a one of these online outfits, or doing maybe a will with an attorney that does 100 different things, or even one of these document drafting services. Yeah, you're going to get some paper, and you could say that you could check it off your list that it's done, but is it really done? Is it really planned out? Is it really done correctly?
That's right.
And the thing is, you may not know what you have and if it was done correctly or not, but your loved ones will know. If God forbid the time comes where you're incapacitated or pass away, they're going to be the ones that know what you did. And so that's why it's so important to plan, keep control.
Yeah, and there's two things that Attorney Barry Siegel that you do at the Siegel Law Group, which I think really it shows people how much you care about your clients. There's two things you do, and you could just briefly tell people. One of them is this: how people, after they've got their trust done, they've got their everything together, but they can call your office. You guys don't charge for those phone calls.
Yeah, our goal, at the Siegel Law Group is to make sure that people have an estate plan that's going to work when they need it to work.
Yeah.
And one of the things that needs to happen is there needs to be communication between, our firm, our attorneys, our paralegals, and the clients. And if a client is reluctant to pick up the phone and call to ask a question, get an answer that they need, because they're going to get one of those little bills in the mail, based on an hourly rate, now they get a bill in the mail. Now, not everybody, but a lot of people will not pick up the phone. They won't call. They won't get the answers they need. And now they may not have the right they may not have funded something properly in the trust. They may not have gotten whatever answer that they needed. And we want to make sure that at the end of the day, when the time comes, that their plan is going to work. That's why we do the free reviews every 3 years, so that they could stay on track, make sure that all assets are in the trust. We do all these things with the common goal with the client to make sure they have an estate plan that works and that their loved ones are taken care of.
Yeah, so people may not call. I had this thing changed because they don't want to get charged for a quarter-hour phone call. Like the attorney for my HOA, I can get him on the phone right now. He loves to take calls because he bills the HOA for. I didn't realize this, and the HOA say, "Hey Brian, could you call me and not the lawyer next time? You got to be." It costs $75 or something every time you call. I don't know. And there's one other thing you do, and by the way, the no charge for the phone calls is unheard of. An attorney. This is the other thing, and this is one of the most absolutely amazing things that you guys do, and it's this. After you're gone, you have the client. You have a free consultation with the trustee. Can you talk about that real quick?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we do a free post-death consultation with your successor trustee or personal representative, depending on whether you did a trust or a will-based plan. And that is because, number one, we realize most of the time, unless you brought in an attorney or a trust company to act as trustee, the people that you name probably don't have much experience acting as a trustee or personal representative. So we want to guide them. We want to give them the information they need, answer their questions, so that they can know what they need to do, know what their responsibilities are, know the lay of the land, so that they're not stuck.
That's a really amazing thing, guys, and we don't talk about those things too much, but to me, that's very, very important, because I'm a trustee on multiple trusts, and I have copies of the trust. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what to do with that binder, so I know where I'm going to be. I'll be at the Siegel Law Group at that time. All right, listen, give the Siegel Law Group a call. Mention you heard Attorney Barry Siegel on the program. You can take advantage of the no charge in-office consultation. 855-FLA-3782. 855-FLA-3782 and online, SiegelLawGroup.com. All right, Attorney Barry Siegel, we'll talk later in the week.
All right, great. Thank you, Brian.
All right, take care. All right, back to our phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Very important.
You're on.
Hi, Brian. Ray of Sunrise.
Hey, Ray. How you doing?
Hold on. Let me turn this off here. I got you on the computer. I'm doing fine. Thank you very much. About this Charlie Kirk replacement, let's make it clear. Charlie was assassinated for his political views. But more importantly, he was martyred for his Christian beliefs.
That's right. He's a Christian martyr.
That replacement, yes. See, Charlie's conservative politics come out of his Christian beliefs. They're founded on his Christian beliefs, faith, family, and freedom that we've heard about, right? Mm-hmm. His wife is not going to allow any replacement other than this. His replacement should, above all, be a believer in Jesus Christ.
Yes, not a denier. Savior. Not a denier of Jesus.
And remember, Jesus, one of his many titles is Prince of Peace, and that's what Charlie was. Charlie was a peacemaker. And you're a Christian. You remember the Beatitudes. They one of the listings of the Beatitudes is, "Blessed are the peacemakers."
Yeah.
For they shall be called the children of God. See, he's blessed, and that's why Charlie is saved. No, that's the only replacement that should be for Charlie Kirk, a believer.
Yeah, and and I know a lot of people may say, "Oh, you guys don't like Jews." No. But you can't. We love Jews, okay, and we want them all to become Christians, like Steve Kane has done. But you can't take a denier of Jesus and make them the head of a Christian religious organization of any kind. That's crazy.
Oh, and those people, as you well know and as you have well pointed out, they're all for themselves.
Yeah.
We cannot have, they're all for self-aggrandizement. They're all for pushing their own agenda and this and that. They contribute money. Yeah, they contribute $1 million. Well, that's not the real reason. They only have their own agenda, their own narratives, even though they're on the right side on most issues like us, but they're pushing themselves.
Well,
they're not
Ray,
pushing Charlie Kirk.
You're right. You know what I wonder? Because I knew he was a Christian. I understood all that, but I didn't realize that he was primarily an evangelical leader, more so than a conservative person, in what he was doing. And, I wonder, we see all the young people that have become conservatives because of Charlie Kirk. How many people have come to Jesus because of Charlie Kirk? I haven't heard anybody talk about that. I'd be curious to hear people talk about that.
Absolutely. You used a very, very important word there. Evangelical.
Yeah.
What that means is that you are a Bible-believing Christian. There are many people that don't believe that the Bible is the ultimate religious authority.
Crazy.
If your faith is not based on biblical principles, biblical truths, then you're in left field as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
your faith has to be rooted. That's why these people are all over the place. They don't have an anchor. The Bible is an anchor. That's the word. That's the word of God. It's inspired.
You're 1,000% correct. And the fact that Ben Shapiro, I believe he paid $1 million to get on the show. That right there shows that he's not qualified to be in any position with Turning Point at all. At all.
You're buying something. You're trying to buy something. You can't buy that. No. But you see, the key element in all this, I hope, when I cried through that her presentation, Erica she's not going to allow this. She's not going to allow someone like Ben Shapiro or maybe even the other guy there to take Charlie's place. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to fill his shoes. Absolutely.
To me, it looks like, listening to J.D. Vance and the president, it looks like the Trump campaign's kind of taking it over. And Charlie Kirk's widow is still going to be there in an important part and everything. But it looks like they're taking over that to make sure it lasts. And it's going to be bigger than...
You pointed out yesterday how close Trump was to Charlie.
Yeah.
And Trump is going to... When Trump is behind something, it's going to succeed. And he's going to make sure that it's done right here. Yeah. Nothing's going to get... No one is going to replace Charlie that doesn't have Trump's stamp of approval.
That's correct. Yeah, and Charlie's widow. I mean, it's very... one of the things... the Christian Coalition and everything, it's not that they didn't do good work, but they were preaching to the choir mostly, the Christian Coalition. And Turning Point USA, we need a Christian revival in this country like no one's business. And I had thought, I was so wrong. I didn't understand what Charlie Kirk really was about, right? And I had talked about a lot how we don't have Christian leaders anymore, but we did, Charlie Kirk. And I had no idea.
They're all silent. They're all afraid to talk out. Brian, I'd like you to do one thing. Many of us want to contribute to Charlie and the kids, to Charlie's wife and the kids. I know a lot of millions of dollars, and Elon Musk has promised everything. But as a token of support and so on, I would like to contribute. Do you have a reliable?
Well, I imagine there's a way to donate on the Turning Point USA website because it is a nonprofit that takes donations. I would be surprised if there's not a way to donate on their website. I'll look into it and announce it tomorrow.
Yeah, but see, that will go to the web. That's going to the website or to Turning Point. I want to make sure it goes directly to the kids.
Oh, to the kids. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I will look into that. I'll make sure I get the right. I have an idea, but I don't want to give out the wrong one right now. I'll look into it.
I understand.
All right, Ray.
I understand.
I got to run. By the way,
so get that.
It's coming.
Get that Broward ticket.
It's coming, Ray.
Get that Broward telephone. All right, very good.
All right, take care. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. And I'm very pressed here at the end of the show today. I'm all out of whack with my schedule. My apologies. Dr. Philip Appleton. You know what I think about a lot with Dr. Appleton? What would my life be like if I had never met Dr. Appleton and he rid me of all these pains these 7 times? Because, all the pains that I had, my arthritis pain, my knee pain, my shoulder injuries, all these things still would have happened. The only difference is I wouldn't be here pain-free, just walking around having a great time. Maybe I'd be a junkie on some pills like Hunter, or I don't know, but I'd probably just be suffering. And I'll tell you one thing about living pain-free when you've had pains, oh man, it's rough. Arthritis and everything, it's exhausting, isn't it? I mean, the pains that Dr. Appleton rid me of, my arthritis pain, my knee pain, my shoulder pain, the pains were so bad I just wanted to go to sleep. Any of you ever feel that way? Plus, you're suffering. It's awful. Yeah, I can't remember. Sometimes I was in so much pain. I never took prescription medications, but I'd have a drink. I'd make a martini. I'd get the Tito's out, sometimes on the weekends, but no more, because I'm pain-free. Thanks to Dr. Appleton and his laser away pain treatment. With the laser treatment, there's no injections, no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Dr. Appleton performs all the treatments himself. No appointment is necessary, and walk-ins are welcome even on Saturdays. Give Dr. Appleton a call and say bye-bye to your pain. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. We'll be right back. Hey there, hold on. Okay, we'll be back in 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, stand by, guys. If you're new, welcome, and make sure you subscribe. Now, remember, when I end at 9, I'm going to continue for a little bit. So if I don't get to your call or you want to call in and I say goodbye at the top, hang in there, because I'm going to do another segment after I sign off the radio, okay? I'm really pressed for time here at the end, but we're going to keep on trekking. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. And it's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated with the Morning Gold and Precious Metals Report. William Youngerman, how the metals looking today?
Metals giving us a little bit of a pullback after a major rally yesterday, sending gold all the way through $3,700 to $3,703 on the high. Trading in a range of $3,674 to $3,703 the ounce, and ended up $10.40 on the day at $3,688.50 the ounce. So a great day for gold, hitting our target of $3,700 and then pulling back a little bit as might be expected. Silver closed down 12 cents yesterday at $42.50, but we were at one point over $43 for silver. Platinum down $9 yesterday, closing at $13.92, and palladium closed down $6 at $11.81. Overnight, we saw gold trade in a range of $3,659 on the low up to $3,696, and right now we're at $36.75. That's down $13.50. Silver down 75 cents at $41.75 the ounce. And platinum down $30 at $1,362, and palladium down $30 at $11.51. So gold nicely holding well above 3,600. We did get through the 3,700, as I said, and currently at $3,674 an ounce.
This is awesome. Now, there must be some pretty exciting times at William Youngerman's William Youngerman, because when people, you don't just sell the metals, you buy them. When people come in with their old jewelry and old things made of the metals, and they get that free appraisal, and you tell them because of these prices what it's worth, they must be freaking out sometimes.
They are absolutely shocked. I mean, it's just amazing. They bring in little hollow 14-karat gold earrings, and they walk out with hundreds of dollars. They're just amazed.
They must be in shock. They must be like, "What?" I mean, they know they're going to get something, but if you got a little tiny bracelet that's made of gold, they must be like, "Holy smokes!" Right? Well, listen, I know it must. Well, that's got to be exciting for you, because what you're doing. The metals are awesome, and people are seeing how valuable it is. Just a little bit of gold these days, and it gets them interested too, for good reason, because gold's been money for 5,000 years, so and it's not going anywhere. William Youngman opens up at 10 a.m., and he does offer those free appraisals. So if you have anything made of the metals, take it in. You get that appraisal at 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto Park Road. You can also call toll-free 1-800-327-5010, 1-800-327-5010, and find both his phone number and address online at williamyoungerman.com. All right, William Youngman, we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay, have a good day. Thank you.
All right, take care. All right, back to the phones we go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian. This is KJ from Oakland Park.
Hey,
wondering if you have a number on the dial yet.
Yeah, we do. Everything's all set up, but I'm not allowed to announce it yet. We got a new station that's picking us up there, and we're going to have the biggest signal that we've ever had, and it's killing me that I can't tell you what it is. I was just listening. I was just listening to it this morning.
I listen every day.
Oh yeah, this is going to be it's a big signal. We're going to have our largest reach we've ever had on this program. And it's killing me. I can't tell you the signal yet. I was driving the signal this morning myself, listening to it. I wish I could tell you. We'll announce it soon.
Okay, now do you have a date when you can announce it?
I have been given a date, but I don't want to give a date just in case. But I'll see if I can find out today because when I can announce it.
All right, that'd be great. All right, good luck to you.
All right,
God bless you all.
Take care. Yeah, we're picking up a new station. That's what they're calling about. I wish I could tell you. It's eating me up. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, this is Bob from Utah.
Hey, Bob.
I wanted to ask you about the open carry. I have a concealed weapons permit, which required the background checks, registering your weapons, and all sorts of things. Open carry, that means anybody that has a gun can open carry. What does that mean?
Well, if you're legal in Florida, we still have concealed carry permits in Florida, but you don't need a permit to conceal carry, and now we have open carry with no permits. If you're legally allowed to possess a gun, you can open carry in Florida. It's official next week.
Well, it gives me some concern because concealed carry, there's accountability. You know, if you use your weapon and throw it away, they have the serial numbers and stuff like that. And the open carry sounds a little more ambiguous.
Yeah, sure. I haven't seen anybody doing it yet. I'm going to do it. I'm going to open carry. I have to get some new holsters, you know, because all my holsters are concealed holsters. So I need some regular holsters now. I've been waiting for this my whole life. I'm so excited. You have no idea.
Well, I hope there's no problems with it or some crazies. Like that one lady said that she was concerned about someone grabbing her sidearm and using it and stuff. So
it could happen, but it doesn't mean you can carry a gun everywhere. You know, you can't. There's a lot of places that you can't carry guns, right? Schools, you know, police stations, courthouses, stuff like that. You know, anywhere where they're federally prohibited, you can't carry them. And a private business can say, you can't have guns here. You can't open carry if the private property owner says you can't. So, and if you do, like say you go to a store and you're open carrying and they tell you, no guns allowed, and you don't leave, it's felony trespass. So, you know, there's a lot of restrictions.
Well, I hope there's no problems with that open carry. That was just my concern.
Listen, let me tell you, I feel very vulnerable. I don't like concealed carry. It's very difficult for me to conceal carry. I mentioned this. If you guys watch me online, I wear T-shirts and Hawaiian shirts all the time because it's hot and humid in Florida. And you know, in Utah, the weather's better for concealed carry. The clothing in Florida, I can always tell guys when I'm out and about who carry because they're wearing heavy clothes in Florida, right? I'm like, oh, that guy's got to be carrying. And my friends that carry, a lot of them I can tell by how they dress, you know. And I always feel vulnerable because of how I dress. It's hard for me to conceal properly, so I don't carry.
Well, here in Utah, a few months back, I was sitting with friends at a coffee shop, and we were talking about concealed carry, And a guy sitting at the next table stands up and he says, "Yeah, I have concealed carry." We were like, "Whoa!"
And he showed you? Oh, if he showed you, he's no longer concealed. See, that's the problem. Concealing. So if your friend, he may have broken the law depending on the state, and if he showed it to you, he definitely did. Conceal means you got to conceal, and if you can see the outline, huh?
It was the customer in the next table, and we were like stunned because, like you just said, it's not concealed anymore. You're brandishing.
Yeah, you can get arrested, in some instances. And, but even if you have the gun concealed and you can see the bulge or the outline through a shirt or the pants, that you're no longer concealed, and concealing is very difficult. Open carry, that's easy. And I'm not worried about it. I mean, there'll always be problems, but, I think the Second Amendment is pretty clear. I've wanted to be able to open carry my whole life.
Well, I know you got people on hold. I better let you go.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care. Take care. I don't know why people are so concerned about it. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian from Deerfield.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian. If this is how Ben Shapiro really feels about Jesus Christ, you wonder why would he even be considered to be taking over the head of Turning Point?
He's not. He's trying to. He's not being considered. He's trying to inject himself into it.
Yeah. Well, why would this guy even to attend? You wonder even to attend a rally at Turning Point. This guy is the antithesis of what Turning Point is all about. The relationship with Jesus Christ is a fundamental principle that Charlie Kirk talked about and lived that. And this guy thinks he's going to just walk in and take over with that type of an attitude on the Joe Rogan show.
I have friends that are Jews that don't believe in Jesus and all that, but they're not going around there telling me they don't believe in Jesus. He's going on. He went on the most listened to podcast in the world, the Joe Rogan show, and denied Jesus to millions of people. That's I don't like that. And he's like making a joke about it.
Well, that's pretty much in your face, I would think,
Yeah, I don't like that.
I'm glad you brought that out to us. One more quick thing. September 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, I believe, is the Feast of Rosh Hashanah. I'm looking for a major biblical prophetic event to probably take place next week, probably on the 24th. So it should be interesting to watch and see if,
okay, all right.
See how this plays out.
I got to remember. I appreciate the call.
Brian.
Now, I want to tell you guys, towards the end of yesterday's show, I can't remember exactly when, but got a call from a guy. He was calling from Cooper City, I believe. And he said he saw me at Wings Plus on Inauguration Day. And yesterday, he saw me on YouTube. It was the first time he had seen me since Wings Plus. And he says, "Man, you've lost a lot of weight." And I have, thanks to Coastal Weight Loss Secret. And remember, all this weight I've lost it without exercise, without starving myself, eating regular foods I would normally eat, no medications, no injections. And I've kept the weight off. In fact, I haven't gained an ounce since I lost all that weight. And you can see it in my face. My stomach is now flat. I've lost inches off my waist. It's absolutely amazing. And with Coastal Weight Loss Secret, you can lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. My results are typical. I lost about a pound a day. Now, if I would have exercised, I would have lost a little bit more, but about a pound a day was fine with me. And I'm glad I did it that way with Coastal Weight Loss Secret, because now that I'm in the maintain phase, it's like effortless, right? Now that I'm where I want to be, I don't want to lose any more weight, and it's without effort completely because I didn't have any of these big lifestyle changes. All right? So give them a call and take advantage of the free consultation right now. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. All right, so we've covered quite a bit. If you're on hold, hang in there. We've covered quite a bit on the program today. And a week ago today, the assassination happened of Charlie Kirk. Can you believe it's been a week? It's been a rough week. So, my father-in-law, my wife was talking to her dad yesterday. My father-in-law, he's, retired and all. He went to a vigil for Charlie Kirk in the Stewart area. There were like 1,000 people there. I was surprised because that's a tiny town and it's an older crowd. And of course, Sunday is the big event with the president. in Arizona at the arena, and I'll certainly be watching that. And I know a lot of you guys will too. The funeral, I believe, the private funeral's on Friday, but the big event, I guess the biggest funeral in the history of the United States is going to be Charlie Kirk's funeral Sunday at the stadium with the president. It's the Steve Kane Show. Florida's the longest running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. My name is Brian Craig. Steve will be back with us tomorrow. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump, and God bless Charlie Kirk. All right, we're clear. All right, so if you're on hold, hang in there. I'd like to hear some of your thoughts on things I've covered today. If you're new, welcome to the program. Make sure that you subscribe. And I don't think I went too hard on Ben Shapiro at all. But I'll tell you, I want to play these two clips. I played these earlier in the show, but I wanted to play these two clips to you guys. Again, let me pull up the first one, and then we'll go back to the calls. If you want to call in, the number's toll free. It's pinned in the live chat. There's just a real weird twist going on. You know, that Luigi pharmaceutical killer, they made a romantic hero out of that guy. The Boston Bombers, remember they put the one guy on the Rolling Stone cover? This is ABC News. You may have seen this, talking about he's talking about the Charlie Kirk assassin. Okay, what a psychotic anchor over there at ABC News. He's giving us this Romeo and Juliet story between the assassin and his transgendered boyfriend. Like there was some romantic thing of them when he's writing this stuff on the bullets and everything. But it gets worse. And this one, I never heard of that guy from ABC before. He looked familiar, but I don't know what he was saying. This one shocked the daylights out of me. This is CNN. It's Montel Williams. And this one here, Montel Williams, he's a sick man. Remember he used to date Kamala Harris? Remember that? Maybe he's trying to hook up with her again. They talk that her marriage is on the rocks. I don't know. Montel Williams, listen to this sicko. Mm. Mm. Wow, so I mean, this is nuts. Montel Williams is going along with this love story thing, and there at the end, he's calling it an honorable defensive action, that the assassin was protecting his transitioning boyfriend from Charlie Kirk. And he smiled when he said it at the end. What the freak is going on with these lunatics? All right, I'll go to the phones. Our number is toll-free and pinned in the live chat, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. It's JJ from Mass.
Hey, JJ. What's up?
Well, listen, if I talk over you a little bit, Brian, it's because I can barely hear you. But
okay, I can hear. Well, let me try this. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's try this. Okay, is this better? Can you hear me better now?
Oh, Good Lord, that's literally, you just went from 1% to 100% better.
Great.
Yeah, whatever you did there, perfection. So, good Lord, Montel Williams. I want to tie a couple things in here, Brian, to the Never Trumper Steve call from yesterday when he wanted to, who is they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who they is? They is this ABC reporter, this Gutman guy, who talks about the killer's texts and how they were touching, cosplay psycho touching.
Yeah.
That guy. And then you got Montel Williams, just this analysis of this fantasy land, I had to mute that when I listened to it this time, Brian, but during the show I had to mute it because it was, I'm Montel, what the hell happened to you? That was crazy. His analysis.
I was in shock. In fact, I think his is sicker than the guy from ABC News.
Yeah, exactly. They're both in this Alice.
What Montel did was describe it as something honorable because he was protecting his lover.
Yes, it's Alex in Wonderland. It's not Alice. These guys are like everything. They have been spun up. The Democrats have basically created a place of Neverland where nothing good exists. Everything is backwards, and if it's good, if it's in the Bible, it's wrong. And there's a lot of ways to say things. But Ben Shapiro, for instance, he was talking about it. There's no way in hell. I don't well, he's aggravating. He's not. He just doesn't have good. He's intelligent. He's good at debating. But he's good at debating almost from, it's almost, he's just not likable, I guess.
I don't believe that he's good at debating. I've seen him debate. He was on the BBC. He got his ass kicked and walked off a live interview. He debates.
You're right.
He's good at debating children.
I need to correct. Yes. I think I've seen him get smoked a few times. But what I should say is that he is good at pointing out the simplicities of good and evil in the college crowd, and I think that to me, it was important that took place. But there's just a lot of different ways to say things. Like we had the guy on the other day on the show over the weekend, your vibe attracts your tribe, and that to me, that's catchy, it's new, it's fresh, it's like saying, birds of a feather flock together. Or you could say something like, more elitist, the soul, I think it's, the soul becomes dyed with the color of your thoughts.
Well, yeah. Like well, with Ben Shapiro,
that is arrogant almost.
What I think is going on is the Daily Mail or the Daily Wire, which is in trouble with Candace and Brett Cooper, and then his partner, that weird guy that wears the key necklace. They got rid of the head of the Daily Wire. This is what this is none of us know any of this for sure, but this is my professional opinion working in this business. Ben Shapiro, and Mark Dice has talked about this too, not just me. Ben Shapiro is not a likable personality. That doesn't mean I disagree with him on the issues. He doesn't like Trump, but I agree with him on Israel and other things, but he's not a likable personality. So how does he become so famous? The Daily Wire has spent many millions of dollars advertising his podcast, pushing it in everyone's feed on every platform. It's not organic success. And we see it here.
I agree.
He just bought his way onto the Charlie Kirk show yesterday with $1 million.
It's almost a wash, rinse, and repeat. It's the bought and paid for pharmacy media part due, basically, but maybe it's not the pharmacy, but there is still some control going on there. In that's why, like with you, listen, I don't agree with you all the time, Brian. I'd say probably about 99% of the time I agree with your conclusion, if not 100% of the time. But a lot of times the meat and potatoes, I'm a little different in between.
That's okay.
But I'd say for the most part, I pretty much agree with you because you're just a normal common sense guy. You're boots on the ground, living your life. You talk about the things that happen in your life. I mean, you're believable. To me, you're believable. You're honest. You talk about the things that you've experienced and the knowledge of history. You have retained so many things because in your job, you talk to people and you use these things, and that helps you. In your memory. And I don't know if this is true or not, but I have over the last and I don't know if you've consciously done it or if somebody, I really don't know, but I sense sort of a calmer version, really, of Brian over the past. And I don't know if that's because of events. I mean, is that something that you...
Calmer how?
Have you done it? Has it been done? I mean, have you done it on purpose, or it's just a natural effect?
No, listen, I've been doing this for a long time. I guess you grow older, things change over the years. I mean, I'm not doing what I was doing when I was 18.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just recently, I've just noticed, and I'm just like, I got to tell you, I'm loving it. I mean, there's a lot of ways to get to people, and
I'll tell you, I don't know if it's been intentional, but there's two things that, when you say recently, I read a book. There's two things, okay, that I've come to in tune with, because I used to worry about everything in my life, and there's two things. There's this. I haven't read this book, but I heard them talk. You ever heard of Mel Robbins?
I think I have.
Okay, she's got this Let Them Theory book. And there's a lot of controversy about it, that she stole the Let Them Theory from this TikToker. And this Let Them Theory is, don't worry about it. Just let them be. Don't worry about stuff.
Yeah.
And that involves everything. And so I've been applying that in my life the last 6 months. But there's a book that I just read, and I can't, if my wife's listening, if you could tell me the name of the book. There's a book I just read about 3 weeks ago. And I cannot remember the name of the darn book. I'll look on my Kindle and tell you tomorrow if my wife doesn't tell me. And it was a book. I used to worry about everything everybody was doing. And I read this book, and I don't worry about much anymore. I used to worry about everything all the time. So maybe I'm a little more relaxed because I'm not stressed out as much as I used to be.
Yeah.
What was it called, Kathy? Okay. Yeah, the book is called Don't Believe Everything You Think. Don't believe everything you think.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I think I've heard and read some of this.
I read this book like 3 weeks ago, a month ago, and I'm like so stress-free in my life. And I got normal stuff going on that I normally would have. Don't Believe Everything You Think is the book. It just took all my worries away.
Well, I look at it's sort of like this has been a very it's hard to say. Like when they captured this guy, I felt really weird saying I was happy because I really wasn't happy. I just couldn't get out of what happened to Charlie. But then I start looking at things, and like Bobby Kennedy during the service the other day for Charlie, he talked about his niece going off to college, and they saw I think they saw that she had put a Bible in her suitcase, and they asked her why.
Yeah.
And she said because she wanted to live like Charlie Kirk, and I brought some water to the eyes.
Yeah.
And and it's so important that he planted the seed in so many of these kids, the seed of God, the seed of hope, the seed of truth. And because without that getting in there, Brian, the evil, you're an easy target for evil if you don't, if somebody else, they plant the seed. So that gave me a lot of help. And it's sort of like Never Trump or Steve the other day when he called in to circle back and finish this off. Well, I'm not going to say he infuriated me, but it was just like same old.
Well, you know what? You know what pissed me off about Never Trump or Steve? I'll tell you this. He waited till he thought enough time had passed till he could start saying negative things about Charlie Kirk, and he figured 3 or 4 days was enough. It's okay. Time's passed, and that's kind of a scummy way to be, I think. I didn't appreciate that.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. And I mean, I look at him as somebody that is. I listen to the way that he speaks. This is not a stupid guy. He's not dumb. He's not one of these idiot kids that calls up. He's definitely not Renee he's not these other people that call up, but he is. But he shouldn't be. There's my problem is that he's intelligent enough to know better, and like the they argument was just flipping me out. And I'm like, listen, the reason why Charlie was so successful, the reason why you don't bring people together by lying to them. Mm-hmm. Charlie brought people together. Through the truth. Truth kills the lies and kindness kills the evil.
Yep.
And if you get rid of the lies and the evil, everybody unifies, and that's what he did.
That's right.
He's not gone. He's definitely not gone. He's still working.
Well, my wife and I, we were talking about this the other day, because if you're on hold, hold on, let me put all these callers on hold. The phones are ringing off. My wife we were talking, this was off the air the other day, and a lot of people that aren't Christian, he believed in Jesus, he prayed, why did he get killed like this? And my wife had pointed out something I didn't think about it this way. I mean, he died basically, obviously in a violent assassination, but instantly. I mean, I don't think he knew what hit him. The bullet bounced off his chest, and you get hit by a bullet, it's traveling the speed of sound. It probably knocked him out. It bounced up to his neck, and then the terrible, thing that I unfortunately saw happen. It happened so quick. He didn't suffer. He didn't have pancreatic cancer. He didn't, you know what I mean? He wasn't in pain. It happened so quick. So, you look at what's going on here. There's a major revival going on in this country of Christianity, of patriotism, of Americanism, of love of country, and all kinds of things because of this assassination and his martyrism. And while it's a terrible thing, all things happen, and God, makes the things happen.
Well,
he took them instantly.
He put the light. Charlie put the light on the darkness, and it worked. God works, and I look at him like he's not Jesus, and he didn't have the 12 apostles, but he has an army of people out there right now that are spreading the word. So many stories of people, they've gone back to church, or they've, the story of the niece of Bobby.
You know who he reminds me of? You know who he reminds me of? And I'm so bad with the names. I'm not remembering much, but hey, after being on the air for 4 hours,
me too. Me too, Brian. I forget a lot of things.
This new saint, the first millennial saint that they just canonized, he was a teenager in Rome. You know what I'm talking about?
I do. I can't remember the name.
This young guy, I mean, you hear his life, it's amazing, right? And Charlie Kirk, really, I had no idea till after he was gone how much of what he did was about Christianity. I had no idea. And I was talking to Ray earlier.
I don't think anybody knew, Brian, quite honestly. I don't think anybody realized the reach that he had. I knew he was reaching people, but this is amazing. I mean,
I'm wondering, we know that he turned an entire generation into conservative Republicans, but how many of them did he bring to Jesus at the same time? Yeah. I'd like to know, and I bet you a whole bunch. And we didn't even realize.
I agree. He did. I mean, to me, it was. It's just an amazing. It's an amazing.
Well, listen, I'm gonna move. I got a lot of people on hold, but appreciate the call. All right, take care. Now, that weirdo ABC reporter that said that stupid stuff yesterday, he has apologized, and he posted online. This is the ABC reporter that was talking about the love story as the assassin was writing the stuff on the bullets. He said, yesterday I tried to underscore the jarring contrast between this cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk, a man who dedicated his life to public dialogue, and the personal disturbing text read aloud by the Utah County attorney at the press conference. I deeply regret that my words did not make that clear. But let there be zero doubt here, I unequivocally condemn this horrific crime and the pain it caused Charlie Kirk's family, those who were forced to witness it at UVU, and the millions of people that he inspired. Okay, so he took it back and apologized. I give the guy a break. Admitted he was wrong. Now, Montel Williams, I'm waiting for him. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi there, this is John in Kansas City.
Yes, John.
I've got a comment about Ben Shapiro and what a phony he is. I don't know if you noticed this, but on Ash Wednesday, he was going. I don't subscribe to any of his channels or anything, but he does pieces on. I think it's Real American Voice. But later that evening, he was going on TV and had a great big huge cross painted on his forehead, like that paint that those football players put under their eyes.
I didn't see that. Oh. Ben Shapiro had a cross on his forehead? I don't know about that.
Yeah, on Ash Wednesday. After you're Catholic, I know you are. If you've ever had that sacrament, by the time you get home, that smudge is mostly worn off. And it looked like that stuff those football players use. And I'm like, that's phony. That's not from a priest.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up. When was this?
It was on Ash Wednesday.
Okay, I'll check it out. Appreciate the heads up. I'll take a look. And I want to tell you guys, obviously I've expanded my show and the content. The morning show is 4 hours long now. And not only is the morning show 4 hours long, I start early. Today I started about 5:15, 45 minutes for the radio show. But if you notice, not only did I expand the show another hour, I'm continuing the show during the commercial breaks, right? When we're in break on the radio, I'm continuing the show, taking calls, continuing the show. Also, I've added my afternoon show, right? Live show, taking calls here. All of that is brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow, okay? And so go to MyPillow.com, use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, and take advantage of the great deals. You can use my promo code on all the specials at MyPillow.com. But all this expansion of my content is brought to you by Mike Lindell at MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com and let him know, okay, that the money's well spent and that you're supporting him by your support of me by using my promo code Kane at checkout. And right now, MyPillow is having the 3-in-1 sale. The MyPillow bed sheets, just $29.88. That's any size, any color, even the kings. They're regularly $119.98. Right now, just $29.98 with my promo code Kane at checkout. The MyPillow 6-piece towel sets are back in stock. They were out of stock for a while. They are back in. You can get those for just $39.98 with my promo code Kane. And for the first time ever, the premium edition MyPillow that has the Giza cotton cover on it, the queen size, just $17.98. The king, just $19.98. Plus, the free shipping offer is in place. All this is with my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane at MyPillow.com. So your support of the program and your support of MyPillow is greatly appreciated and allows me to expand as much as I have. Okay, so even though I've added another hour to the length of the show in the morning, since I continue it during the, I don't know, maybe that's another 2 hours you're getting every morning of content on top of the afternoon show. So guys, thanks so much. If you're new to the program, my name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. If you're new, subscribe. And if you guys could take the show and share it on your social media with your friends. I don't have $1 million to donate to get interviewed on nationally watched television shows and radio shows and podcasts. My marketing team are you good people in this audience. So please subscribe, like the video, and share with your friends on your social media and tell them about me and get them over here watching. All right? Thanks. Take care, everyone. I'll see you later on the afternoon show.